toss it to you after I do the agenda preview. You'll do the rules and then we'll go to the minutes, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, let me know when we're rolling.
We're good.
We're good, okay. Then I will call to order the November 18, 2020 meeting of the Open Space Board of Trustees. And welcome to board members and to staff and to all the members of the public that are Zooming with us. We'd certainly rather all be in person, but that's the way things are right now. So we appreciate you dealing with the technology, and thanks to Allison Eklund from Open Space, who's doing the hard part of making this all work. Let me start as usual with the roll call of the board members. Karen Holweg.
Here.
Hal Holstein.
Here.
Dave Kuntz.
Here.
Caroline Miller.
Present.
And I'm Kurt Brown. So Leah, we have a full board present. Let me do just a little bit of agenda preview. This is a little bit of an unusual meeting in that we have 3 opportunities for comment. Right after the approval of the minutes, there will be a period of public comment for any topic that is not already the subject of a public hearing. So that means anything except for the topic of our first public hearing, which is the approval of the changes to the comp plan map. And then the second public hearing will be on the report of the analysis of the upstream option. So those are the 3 opportunities for comment that you'll have. I will now ask Allison to remind us how the Zoom meetings work and what the process is for you getting in line to comment. Allison.
Thanks, Kurt. Let me share my slides. Okay, do you all see those?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in order to strike a balance between meaningful, transparent engagement and online security, we are holding these Zoom meetings with only the videos of staff presenters or the board members. So anyone from the public will be able to participate audio only and won't be able to have their videos on. The time for speaking or asking questions will be limited to the 3 that Kurt mentioned. And each person shall register to speak either before the meeting. We have a couple of signups, or you can raise your hand, and that is by going to the participation box. If you hover at the bottom of your screen, it may be at the top, and click on the participants box. You can see the raise your hand icon in that box. So when we get to those sections, the general public comment and the 2 public hearings, you can raise your hand to get in line to speak at those times, and we'll come back on and let you know when those are. And then also, if you've joined by phone, you can raise your hand to speak by pressing *9. And we'll also need a full first and last name before we unmute you. So if you've joined and it just has like this says Tom's iPad, you can change it to your full name, or you can chat to me and I can change it for you. And if you've joined by phone, you can text me 720-576-8593, your full name, and I'll change it for you so that we can unmute you when it's your time. And I have one more slide. I went over, no videos will be on for anyone else. Kurt Brown, who is presiding over this meeting, will enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates these rules. And I went over, you can chat to me, and that's only for technical questions, or if you're having issues, it's not to chatting about the topics of the meeting or asking questions about the topics of the meeting. And then only the hosts and designees will be permitted to share their screens. And like I said, once we get to those sections again, I can remind folks if they've just joined how they can raise their hand if they haven't signed up in advance. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Allison. And we're going to go over the rules from the minutes. I'm sorry, from the last meeting. Before we do that, do you have a sense of how many people are simply signed in or logged into the Zoom meeting?
Let's see, it's 35, including staff and board.
Okay. And in terms of how many signups in total do we have so far?
We have 2 under the general public comment and 3 under the South Boulder Creek public hearing.
Okay, well, that makes it easy to decide to go with 3 minutes then. So I'll check back with you after we've done the approval of the minutes. So now we'll move to, excuse me, the minutes from our meeting of October 14th, 2020. And we'll start on the first page. Does any board member have a change or an addition, correction on the first page? Just raise your hand and I will call on you. Okay, seeing none.
There's
Yes.
one minor typo. I think Margaret LeCompte spells her name LeCompte.
Yes. Good catch. Thank you. Going to the second page. Any additions, Dave?
Yeah, I would like us to consider putting in a descriptive sentence under return to the board at the top of the second page. You know, the name change, I think, is important enough that it should be referenced in the meeting minutes. And so my suggestion would be the board discuss the proposed name change to the Wonderland Lake Wildlife Sanctuary as part of that return to the board paragraph. And then down lower, where the motions are, the second motion that starts with Hal Hallstein, I think that we ought to include the name change as well there, so that where it says ISP Wonderland Lake area, name is changed to the Wonderland Lake Wildlife Sanctuary. That is my proposal.
Very good. And just to make sure everybody got that, under agenda item 3, return to the board, we asked clarifying questions. Would you just point out where you think, I guess that's one long sentence, isn't it? Would you put that at the end of the sentence, your addition, or what?
No, I would make that the second sentence or the last sentence of that paragraph.
And then why don't you just read it again?
So that sentence would read, the board discussed the proposed name change to the Wonderland Lake Wildlife Sanctuary.
Okay.
Or we could say, actually, that doesn't sound so clear. We could say changing the name to Wonderland Lake Wildlife Sanctuary.
Or you could say a name change for the Wonderland Lake. What's its official name right now? What are we starting with?
It's Wonderland Lake Open Space right now.
Okay, so why don't we say a name change for the Wonderland Lake Open Space, because that's what it is now. Is that a okay amendment?
Yeah, as long as then we would say to Wonderland Lake Wildlife Sanctuary.
Well, of course, there were 3 options. So I think that would go down in the motion because that's the choice we made.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. So Leah, have we confused you sufficiently?
Thank you.
Good.
No, we're good. I think, Dave, in the motion, though, you were just saying to include what we were changing the name to, right? Not referring it as the new name, because I don't think we can do that until it's.
That's correct. Changing the name to.
What it was, so which option we chose and what we're changing it, proposing to change it to.
Right.
Great.
Very good. Good additions, Dave. Anyone else have anything on this page?
Thank you, Dave. I hadn't thought of that myself, even being my motion, but I appreciate that. I think those are great changes.
Well,
Anything
we labored long and mightily on that, so it's worth recognizing.
Yeah. Anybody, anything on the last page? Okay, does anyone want to move adoption of the minutes with those changes?
I move that we adopt the minutes as amended.
I second.
Thank you. And Hal, thank you for the second. Okay, we'll do a roll call here. Karen Holweg,
Yes?
Hal Holstein,
Yes,
Dave Kuntz,
Yes.
Caroline Miller,
Yes.
and I also vote yes. So that's unanimous, Leah. Okay, so that takes us to the public comment for any items that are not already the subject of a public hearing. And I will just check back with you, Allison. Are we still at 2 people?
We're at 3 now.
I
So
think we
if
can,
you,
and any updates on the others for the other public hearings, the totals?
no, those will stay. Those were for everyone and they had until 5 p.m. to sign up. So those will stay 3 for South Boulder Creek until we get to it and then see if there's any raised hands at that point.
Okay, great. Well, then let's give the people signed up for the public comment, the general public comment. Let's give them 3 minutes apiece.
Okay, great. So I will go in order that I have you and I will let you know when you're unmuted. Just please state your first and last name at that point, and then your time will start once you begin your comments. So first up, we have Brian Richardson. Let me find you in the list. Okay, Brian, you should be unmuted.
Yeah, my name is Brian Richardson. I live on Lee High Street, adjacent to the open space near the Shanahan Ridge Trailhead. I'm speaking today regarding the Shanahan Tall Oakgrass Fencing project. And I'll try to keep this in 3 minutes. Apparently this started over a year ago, this project. However, a meeting was held, hearing was held a year ago in November of 2019, but none of our homeowners here on Lehigh Street were notified. So that's why I'm here today. The first time I found out about this project was on August 20th when equipment and materials were deposited along my property line to construct the fence. I started looking for plans to understand what was going on and found conflicting plans on the city's website. The plan that I think was shown, but who knows, on February 13th in the board meeting for this organization was a perfectly workable plan that showed the fence up higher on the hill away from our properties and the gate away from our properties. And if we had seen that plan back in November last year, we wouldn't have had any objections. I know my immediate neighbors would not have had any objections either. We met with city staff informally on August 26th in the open space directly adjacent to our backyards, and have heard nothing since from city staff. In the minutes from your last meeting, and you notice there was documentation there that said that the staff will coordinate with the HOA and neighbors in the fall. But again, we've heard nothing in 3 months. We have several concerns here, and I don't speak for all of my neighbors, but I speak for most of them about how this project is going. We have asked repeatedly to understand why the fence is all of a sudden on the property line. Several of us have no fences today to the open space. I can walk directly off my property into the open space and access it directly. We see that the design of the fence is changing on the fly without a plan and without any review of anybody. And apparently now I'm going to back up to cows that are going to be 10 yards from my patio, which if I had wanted to be in an agricultural part of this county, I would have purchased a different property. Finally, we are all deeply concerned about the way the trailhead is here at Shanahan Ridge, and especially for our neighbors and homes that are right there adjacent to it, about having cows directly. If you've ever been here during normal times, especially on the weekends, there can be dozens of people, dogs, children, and whatnot along this busy street accessing the open space. And apparently there could be cows also adjacent there. I don't know how that actually works from a safety perspective. It seems like a risky proposition to us. So in conclusion, we'd like to ask that this organization help staff direct and develop a plan that they actually intend to follow, and review that and have a hearing again on that plan, so that all of us can have an opportunity to provide input, since we did not get input before. And again, I would strongly encourage this organization to look at the February 13th plan as published. We are strongly supportive of moving that gate and that access up the hill and away from the street and the immediate properties. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian.
Next up, we have Laura Tyler, and then on deck will be Kathy Joyner. So Laura, let me unmute you. This list is getting longer and longer. Here you are. Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Laura Tyler, and I'm with the South Boulder Creek Action Group. And thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. And I'm here to address the public engagement process, specifically the briefing book and general public engagement for the CU South annexation. And so first, I want to extend a big thanks to Dan Burke. He's done a fantastic job, including open space interests throughout the briefing book. It's really a fantastic document. And I know that some of the division between what's going to be recreational open space and what's going to be preserved open space, I understand that that's still an ongoing negotiation that's happening between city staffers and the University of Colorado. And so I'm here to talk a little bit about that, specifically related to dog walking. So I do live adjacent or near the CU South property. It's within walking distance of my house. And one of my favorite places to walk right now is the open space property that's along South Boulder Creek. It's really beautiful, and there are no dogs allowed there. And I think that's perfectly appropriate. And then I'm also aware that the CU South property is an extremely popular off-leash dog walking area. And I've heard many people say that that's the only place in the city where they can really allow their dogs to walk in that way with them. And so as we move forward with the public engagement process, well, first of all, I want to let you know that I support both. I would love for there to be on leash dog walking areas. I'd like there to be areas where there are no dogs. And then if there could be some type of a dog park or some other more free roaming recreational area for people to be with their dogs, that also sounds like it would be fantastic. And so I'm here tonight to check in with you folks and just make sure that you're involved enough in the public engagement process and that you're asking the right questions and that you're getting the information that you need from the public about what they want from open space in that area. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura.
Okay, and last we have Kathy Joyner. And if you've joined by phone and would like to raise your hand to speak, you can press *9.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. This is Kathy Joyner. I'm also with the South Boulder Creek Action Group. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight to the board. And first, I would also like to give a shout out to Dan Burke and the other OSMP staff members for their contributions to the annexation briefing book as it related to OSMP lands. It's helped me considerably in understanding the process and the issues involved in this very complex project. I was also very pleased to see that many of the guiding principles approved by the city and CU in 2017 related to open space appear to be achievable through an annexation agreement. And I'm under no illusion right now that anything is cast in stone, but I do see potential. And these could include the potential for environmental restoration and enhancement, as well as the potential for reestablishment of habitat connectivity by way of levee removal within the OSO tract, with both parties agreeing to the conveyance of 44 acres of OSO land to the city at no cost. The addition of that acreage to city open space would be a considerable benefit. This would be even more positive if the city exercises the option to purchase additional acreage from CU within this tract for city open space. The conveyance of so much acreage adjacent to the city's natural area and including sensitive floodplain and riparian habitat areas of South Boulder Creek would allow for environmental restoration and enhancement in a more comprehensive manner. If done in a manner that maintains ecological values, there might also be additional prospects to provide educational, research, and recreational opportunities for city residents. All in all, it appears as if the information in the annexation briefing book offers some promising possibilities for expanding open space acreage, restoring and enhancing degraded areas along South Boulder Creek, and providing increased recreational opportunities. We're hoping that you also see similar potential. Thanks so much again for the opportunity. And strange as it might be this year, I hope you all have a great Thanksgiving holiday.
Thanks, Kathy.
Okay, that's all I see for public comment.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Allison. We will go next to the map update related to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, and I'll turn it over to Dan.
Yeah, so the first item, so in the spirit of election season, I thought I'd make a stupid reference. We have a hanging Chad here. For
Several.
those of you who were on pins and needles 20 years ago with Florida. We had, as you know, I think it was in September before you, was several open space related parcels that needed to have their designation change as part of the mid-year update. Staff has uncovered a few others since that time that also needed to be part of this approval. So we are simply bringing those forward back to you at this time. We have a formal presentation for you on this item. We hope that the memo was instructive enough, but we have several folks here that are able to answer questions. But with that, to explain who's here, I'll turn it over to Juliet Bennell, our planner at Open Space and Mountain Parks. So Juliet.
Thanks so much, Dan. Yep, so I'm here tonight to help answer any questions that you may have, along with Jean Gatza, who is the lead for the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan midterm update. So we're both here available to answer any questions you may have. Yeah.
Okay. Jean, did you want to make some preliminary comments?
I'm happy to, Kurt. Thank you. And hello to all the members of the board. It's good to see you again. As Dan mentioned, we have yet another item to be included in the comprehensive plan update. So in addition to the changes to the comp plan land use map for the recently acquired city open space land that we discussed, I think it was in August, staff is proposing several changes to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan service area map. So it's commonly referred to as the Area 1, 2, 3 map that reflect the changes in the location of the blue line that was approved by the voters in 2016. As you probably know, the blue line was created by voters in 1959 as part of the city charter to prohibit city water from being provided above a certain location. The goal was to protect the foothills backdrop by discouraging new development in this natural area. There are several city-owned open space properties that are now above the blue line that were previously below the blue line. So the proposed map changes are to indicate that these are areas for rural preservation or Area 3, areas where we do not anticipate urban development. I will note that I incorrectly described the approval process for this the service area change in the memo that you received last week. These changes require both city and county approval. The city planning board and city council will take action on these in December, and we'll be scheduling time with the county planning commission and board of county commissioners in January. So with that, we're just asking for a recommendation from the Open Space Board of Trustees to the planning board and city council to recommend these changes move forward. And I'm happy to answer other questions if needed.
Great. Well, board, this is our opportunity to ask clarifying questions before we go to the public hearing. So Dave, you're muted.
You're muted, Dave.
Sorry. Hi, you guys. It's good to
Hi.
see you. I am assuming that these items are mostly housekeeping, primarily housekeeping corrections. So if there are other considerations or implications from any of these properties that we might not be aware of, could you identify any concerns that we might want to consider for any of them?
There are not any that I'm aware of.
And I would just add that the OSMP staff was highly involved when the blue line changes were being made. Our input was heard and taken into account, along with public input and all of the changes that were approved through that ballot initiative. We had a chance to weigh in, and then the board was provided an update at that time back in 2016.
Yeah. In fact, Dave, what we did is we actually went parcel by parcel along the whole blue line to look at just that question you were asking. What are implications that we may not be thinking about a couple of years ago when the change was made? So staff, real estate staff and others at Open Space was very involved at that time of looking at what the implications may or may not be. So
great. Thanks.
Hal?
Yeah, so I mean, I guess, tell me if I'm noticing correctly, most of these changes are acreage migrating from area 1 and area 2 to area 3. My two questions are, will you specifically describe the difference between area 3 annex and area 3 rural? And do you have estimates of what the total acreage is across these 9 property names?
To your first question, the Area 3 annex is land that's already in the city limits. And so we want to designate it as that rural preservation area, but it is already within our city limits. Area 3 rural preservation is not within the city limits, but to indicate areas for preserving that rural character. And I do not have acreage estimates for those 9 properties.
Could you even off the cuff kind of estimate, like, are we talking about a few acres, tens of acres, or 100 more acres?
Juliet, what do you think? I think we're probably in the tens.
That would be my guesstimate.
There's little slivers. If you saw the maps in the attached memo, there's some little pieces here and there and a couple of full parcels. But yeah, I would say we're probably in the two dozen at most.
Thank you.
When we say, sorry to jump in, I just want to double clarify this. When we say rural area, when I'm looking at this, we're talking about Area 3 Planning Reserve?
No, not the planning reserve. The planning reserve is a more specific location that's just north of town. This is Area 3 Rural Preservation Area, and almost, I would say, a significant majority of any open space lands are Area 3 Rural Preservation.
Okay, because on the key it says Area 3 Annex, and Area 3 Planning Reserve, but I do see where you're talking about rural preservation. I just wanted to make sure that I'm looking at the same thing as we keep talking.
Yeah, it's one of the several shades of character within Area 3, but we are not proposing any changes to the planning reserve at this time.
Yes, Karen.
Jean, I just have a few clarifying questions. I assume the fence lines are already where the purple lines are. Is that true?
I don't know how to answer that one. My guess
Julia probably does.
Yeah, probably does.
I think that the only one who may be on the screen right now that would have, I could venture a guess, maybe Bethany, but I don't want to put her on the spot with that. But so your question is have we fenced all along the blue line?
No, I'm assuming that we have fenced where our property boundaries are, whether or not they're with
Karen, this is Bethany. you probably know a great deal of our boundaries aren't fenced, but yes, where there are fences along this area, they would be along parcel lines, not along where the blue line is. So for example, the areas, the corner that's up sort of near Chautauqua, I can say there is to my understanding, there's a fence up there, albeit I believe quite old, but the area along Baseline, on the north side of Baseline where it curves, no, there is no fencing there. It's kind of that residential, that island that's existing right now. So, you know, a great endeavor and mission will be someday when we're all long past probably to fence the entire open system boundary to establish our boundaries, but where it's necessary for property delineation, for agricultural use, things like that, they are located on the property line.
Okay, so this is not going to lead to changes in work that OSMP needs to take on to change fencing or anything like that?
Just shift fencing? No, it won't.
Okay. Another quick question. I know that there's standard city language in all of these about city services. I just wanted to make sure that there's nothing in what we're doing that now excludes fire and rescue from servicing forest fires if they occur on open space like they do.
No, there's nothing that would, there's nothing that would prevent that. There's cross-jurisdictional response currently, and none of this change would affect any of that.
Whether it's within the city limits or not. Okay. And another just detail question on the first page, and you mentioned this again, Jean, the 4-body decision-making. I thought in 2017 that was changed and that it's only 3-body.
It depends on what kind of change. So
right.
Some of the land use changes are 2-body, some of them are 2-body with a referral. This is actually a service area contraction, so it would be 4-body. And again, you know, I think I've read all the procedures for the comp plan 4,000 times and I can still miss it here and there, so.
Okay, and then last question. I think the number 7, the Boulder Memorial Hospital chunk of land.
They're along Sunshine Canyon.
Yeah, I think that's where the substation is. Is that correct?
It is to the west of the substation.
So the substation is within the blue line on the city side of the blue line. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. On number 5, the Summers and Schonkweiler donation. Is there a reason why the blue line goes at an angle and half of the ownership is in and half of the ownership is out? That just seems like a strange configuration to me.
So I think that's where it changed. So it used to kind of go through the middle. Here, I can share my screen on this one.
The dotted line is the new?
No, the dotted line is the old blue line.
Okay, so the new blue line makes an angle cut through that property west of Forest Avenue.
That's a private property, so I think it's just because we moved the blue line to be so that the open space property would be above the blue line, and then just to reconnect with where the blue line is to the south. So instead of going straight south where the blue line used to be, it needed an angle to align back up.
So that property owner has just lost some of its access to city services.
Well, we aren't proposing a change in that area 2 area at this point for that parcel. presumably with that. job.
Karen, I'd have to verify this because they don't show on these maps, but many of the properties over there have a
Yes.
conservation easement on the back half of their property.
Yes.
That was always above the blue line. So those are required to stay, those remain above the blue line.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Is that
Yeah,
helpful? Okay.
Yep, that's what the case is. And again, that when we did the case by case scenario, we did not want to create a situation where we were sort of indicating more development that could happen there when it couldn't. Back to Dave's thing, when we did a parcel by parcel. And so that's where we knew we had a conservation easement interest on the back half, and therefore wanted to make sure through the blue line adjustments that it was lining up with what the restrictions of the easement were.
Thank you.
Thanks,
I don't
Karen.
have I don't have any other questions, and if there are none others, I move to.
Well,
Go ahead.
do we have anybody signed up for the public hearing?
Oh, right.
Allison,
No.
sorry.
No, sorry, I was muted. No.
Okay, Karen, so I'll take 10 seconds to open and close the public hearing. And now your motion's in order.
Oh, sorry, Kurt. I meant nobody had signed up for ahead in advance. I don't know if we want to give the opportunity to raise hands now.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay, yeah, so let's
absolutely.
give him, oh, yeah,
Sorry.
okay. Yeah, nope, I'm not seeing any, so I think we're good.
Okay. Karen, it's your motion.
Before we do that, I do have one more question, if that's okay. Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, no problem, Hal.
Just I think helpful too as the public watches. So tell me, Jean, is my fundamental understanding, like for example, looking at Enchanted Mesa, number 9. What's really happening here is that the blue line was drawn on an altitude specific basis that's turned out to be non-practical. This actually represents an expansion of preservation and protection down altitude slightly. And that is the general theme throughout all of these changes. Would you say that's a fair overall macro view on it?
I would say that's fair. Dan, would you agree with that?
Yeah, well, when staff was going through the potential to have a blue line change before we put it to the voters, there was some basic tenets that we all agreed to have. And one is that through the blue line adjustments, we were not going to extend opportunities for development where it didn't exist before. So whether or not the blue line went up or down below elevation, the intent was that it wouldn't increase development in that area.
Okay. And even further, just for myself, there's so much going on in the city always, but when you use the pronoun we, are you suggesting that the department was involved in the initial drafting of this referendum?
The planning department certainly reached out to open space staff and provided us with the opportunity to look at that parcel by parcel analysis, basically because open space is either the backdrop or a lot of our parcels were going to be directly affected by this change. So that's where our staff was participating in a parcel by parcel analysis to kind of see the effects.
Okay, so the impetus was that planning and OSMP was a supportive party.
Yes, I think that's a fair way to characterize it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks, Hal. That's important context. Anybody else have anything before we entertain a motion? Karen.
I move that the Open Space Board of Trustees recommend to Planning Board and City Council approval of the recommended changes to Boulder Valley Comp Plan Area 123 map relating to the city open space and mountain parks lands.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. We'll do the roll call. Karen.
Yes.
Hal.
I support this additional green, yes.
Dave.
Yes.
Caroline.
Yes.
And Kurt Brown votes yes. So that motion passes unanimously. Jean, thank you for helping us understand this.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you all taking the time to take a look at these.
You bet.
Thanks, Jean.
And Juliet, thank you. Okay,
Move on to the second public hearing item.
yeah, go right ahead, Dan.
All right, so before I turn things over to city utility staff, I just wanted to make sure that our full board understood, and anyone watching, one of the changes that we've made over the past month, and that is to split up and divide the conversation of the upstream analysis for the South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Project into 2 meetings. So originally, if you've been following along in this project and then maybe skipped out over the last 3 or 4 weeks of following it, one of the big changes from an open space board's perspective is that tonight is meeting number 1 of 2 for this item. So what we realized in me conversing with Kurt and others is that we felt by trying to put this all into 1 meeting, it put a lot of pressure on the board to not only absorb all the information, absorb the presentation, absorb any public comments that were made, ask for clarifying questions, get those answered, responded from the board, and then work on its feedback all in 1 meeting was a pretty heavy lift. And so we didn't want to put ourselves in a similar situation as we were back in June, that basically where we got a lot of feedback that 1 meeting didn't really suffice. So we made the decision a few weeks ago, brought it to the process committee and informed them that we are proposing to divide our conversations up between this November meeting as well as the December, I believe it's December 16th. So that was the other change I wanted to alert any public members that are listening tonight, that our new board meeting date is going to be Wednesday, December 16th, in which there will be a continuation of this discussion. So what we're planning for tonight, and we'll see if it holds, is that we're going to be doing a staff presentation, which will be pretty thorough and lengthier than a usual presentation, but I think it's information that we all are anxious to hear. We will entertain tonight. We'll also entertain any clarifying questions that the board has. We will hear from the public. And then we will make sure we have a common understanding of what's coming up in December. Staff has proposed a number of questions to work through with the board in the December meeting. And we want to make sure through clarifying questions and hearing from you that we're set for that conversation in December. So that's a big change that was made. And so I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes making sure the board was fully aware of that change and the public is as well. So maybe what I'll do is just ask to see if there's any, before we go over to the substance, is there any clarifying questions on this process change that we've made with the 2-step meeting? Excellent. Okay.
Dan, I'll just chime in and say this was made possible because the city council moved their briefing on the upstream option from December to January. And so this gives us a chance to give staff input about how the report could be clarified or improved. And those changes we hope can be incorporated in the final that we'll see in December. Thank you.
So with that, we have several utility staff that's with us here tonight, Brandon Coleman and Joe Tadiucci. We have John Potter from Open Space Mountain Parks, Don D'Amico from Open Space Mountain Parks that will participate in this conversation, and potentially others, depending on questions. But we'll start off by, I'll introduce Joe Tadiucci, who will provide us with a high-level sort of some remarks and before he turns things over to Brandon. So Joe, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate the introduction. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. And I might add to the process discussion that you just had. The intent was to set it up so that tonight would have a specific public hearing for this item. And we do our presentation and everything as Dan discussed. And then the December meeting was really set aside for the board deliberation. If there are members of the public who missed the public hearing tonight, they could always speak under open comment. at that meeting. But this is the public hearing, and then the next one would be the deliberation. So good evening to the board members. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss our work with you tonight on the South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Project and the work on upstream. A lot of work and discussion on upstream analysis and alternatives has taken place since we last talked to the whole board back in June. We're excited to share it with you tonight. And ultimately, our goal is to build consensus around a path forward for this project with the public, with the boards, and with City Council. So we're looking forward to the conversation tonight and in December. As we discussed, we have 2 meetings. We're planning to take our time and really go through the presentation in detail, and please stop us along the way as if you have questions as we go. Brandon, do you want to pull up the PowerPoint? I'll walk through the first few slides here and set the context. We can see that on my screen. Hopefully everyone else can see it as well.
Yes.
Let me know if you guys can
maybe
see it.
flip
Great.
to the next slide, Brandon, and I'll go over the agenda. So this is our agenda for tonight. I'll start off and set the stage for the discussion. You see Brandon on screen there. He's our utilities engineering project manager. A lot of the conversation tonight will be him walking through the analysis that we've done and the modeling associated with upstream. And Brandon will be followed by Don D'Amico, who's an open space project coordinator. And I really want to emphasize kind of what this meeting is about, and this 2-step process with the board, or 2-meeting process with the board. It's really focused on the discussion about upstream analysis and design alternatives. And that's based on 2 points of feedback from this board and City Council that took place back in June. And I know that everyone is aware that the flood project in general, when you combine it with the annexation discussion, is incredibly complex. The public has been very engaged and interested in all aspects of it. But the public hearing tonight and the discussion we're having the board is really narrowly focused on the upstream work. So I wanted to give that context. Next slide, Brandon. And so I'll start out with a little bit of background on how we got here tonight. If you'll go to the next slide. There has been a lot of process leading up to this meeting, ultimately 20 years or so, but I'm not going to go back that far. A lot of process in the last year and a half. And this slide shows a process timeline. And what brought us here tonight really started with some meetings in the middle of 2019. In September of 2019, there was a meeting between utilities staff and the open space board. And we focused on a new determination that was made by the Department of Transportation, where they reached a position that none of the city's above ground structures could be in their right of way. And so that was a critical decision and impactful on open space staff and the board in terms of deliberations on this project, because that meant to be outside of the CDOT right of way, that put structures on open space. And certainly I believe that renewed the open space board's interest in upstream alternatives. And so there have been a number of touch points along the way. We had a big council study session back in February of this year, and kind of going along parallel with this discussion we had a 6 months worth of design work that we were planning to report out to the council on, and had the study session. They asked us to report back to the boards, RAB Planning Board and the Open Space Board. We met with you in June, had a discussion with council, and kind of reported out on all of that in June of this year. And so I'll talk a little bit more about what happened after June in the following slides. Brandon, if you'll go to the next one. As I had mentioned previously, there really were two key process steps that are guiding our discussion tonight. The first was the Open Space Board meeting we had back on June 3rd. In your recommendations to City Council, you posed 6 questions that you really were focused on getting answers to around upstream. And I'll try to paraphrase how we interpreted those questions based on the modeling work that had been done. For those who have been following it closely, there's a flow split that happens at Highway 93. And the question I think the board had was, could we remove the levee that surrounds the CU South property and take advantage of the western portion of that flow split and capture enough water in a detention facility, and so that US 36 wouldn't overtop, and it would meet the project objective of preventing the West Valley from flooding like it did in 2013. And in your 6 questions, if it went to, if we couldn't do that just naturally, what enhancements could we make to make a project concept like that work? So what I just described is going to be kind of a key theme of our presentation tonight. And as Brandon goes through his work, we'll stop at key points and talk about aspects of that as we go. If you'll go to the next slide, Brandon. So the June 3rd Open Space Board meeting was followed closely by a City Council meeting on June 16th. And they took the Open Space Board's questions and recommendations on upstream to heart, and recommended that we continue work on the variant 100-year design that we've been working on, so that the project could proceed without delay if that were to be the ultimate path forward, but also that we return to the questions that the Open Space Board posed and do a comparison of an upstream analysis and concept with the variant 100 and make a comparison of cost and environmental impacts and flood effectiveness. And so as a staff team, we've really been focused on the June 3rd Open Space Board 6 questions and the motion that council made to have us go back and look at that. Next slide, Brandon. And so the way that we implemented that council recommendation and addressed the 6 questions, or started to, was really through the process subcommittee, which is made up of council member Mayor Weaver and council member Friend. And we meet monthly or close to monthly and talk about process. And the recommendation that came out of that is we formed an upstream advisory group that included 2 board members from each of the Water Resources Advisory Board, Planning Board, the Open Space Board as well, and then the 2 City Council members and process subcommittee members. And would like to thank Kurt and Karen for representing the Open Space Board in that process. And we had a series of 3 meetings where we really kind of got into the 6 Open Space Board questions and used it as a information sharing session. And we went through some of the analysis in detail and kind kind of how I paraphrase the 6 questions that the Open Space Board has is demonstrated by this slide. And we were really seeking consensus on, you know, if you capture the water from the flow split, do you prevent US 36 from overtopping? Are there further developments that we could do to make enough water go into the CU South property? And then what gaps were there in the existing information, and what additional work would be needed to answer those questions? So I thought this was a really kind of a powerful process slide of how we went through our work with the Upstream Advisory Board. So I'm about to turn it over to Brandon here, but before I do, and speaking to that last slide and the gaps, what I want to mention is that what you're going to see here tonight in the presentation is a combination of new work that we did to answer the Open Space Board's questions, combined with a lot of the work that we did back in 2018, which was really a foundation for the conversation. We did a new model run as a result of this process, and Brandon will talk about that. And we developed an enhanced design concept for an upstream alternative that you'll also hear about from Brandon. And I do remember from our past conversations with the board and the public comment that there was a theme and a request for a side-by-side comparison of upstream alternatives with the variant 1 and variant 2 concepts that had been proposed up to this point. So you're going to see some of that tonight. And with that, I think I can turn it over to Brandon, but maybe before I do, I just ask if the board had any questions about how I frame that up and where we're going with the conversation.
I can't see the board, but pipe up if you have a question for Joe about the process.
Well, as I said, you know, feel free to raise your hand as we go and ask questions. And with that, Brandon, I'll let you take it from there.
Brandon, can I just ask a question before you start?
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks. I think it would be helpful if Kurt or Karen weighed in at this point and just had anything to add to what Joe outlined.
Karen, do you have anything?
No, the only thing is that it's a small detail. The June 3rd OSBT motion actually had 2 questions, and then it had a list of 6 sub-questions. And that's been a point of, I don't know what to call it, but change in language throughout this process. But it is the combination of the 2 questions that the board motion asks, plus the additional 6 sub-questions that we've addressed over the last 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything to add. I thought that was a good description of the process, Joe. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And thanks for that clarification, Karen. And I was probably a little too broad in the way I was presenting it, but we'll definitely be touching on all of that as we go through it here tonight. So, Brandon,
Dave, I think the only thing I would add is that there was, I believe, 3 sort of formal advisory team meetings in which we had the full participation of the group of 8. In addition to that, there was, we held some office hours to have clarifying questions answered sort of in between meetings as well. So number of different touch points with the advisory meetings over the period of, I would say 2 months, Kurt and Karen. I would say that was probably a 2-month window that we went through.
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
And if you, I heard you say you can't see us. If that is the case, how would you like us to jump in if we do have a question during the presentation?
Just speak up because we'll be having the PowerPoint taking up most of the screen. So yeah, speak up if you have a question.
And trustees, the other option too is simply you could write down the slide you're on and the questions you have, and most of the meeting is going to be dedicated to clarifying questions. So if you would rather just write down a question that you have, mark where you want it, we're going to come back and open it up after the presentation as well.
Yeah, that seems like the better way. I don't see the slide number, at least on this slide. Will I see the slide number as we go through?
Yes, there should be slide numbers on all the slides, so I apologize. This is probably an anomaly out of all of them.
Okay.
Yeah, I blame Joe.
My fault.
Okay. Well, good evening, board. Thanks for letting me come back again. It's going to be hopefully a really interesting presentation for you guys tonight. It's going to be kind of, as Joe mentioned, it'll be very technical. So I would say feel free to stop me if you do have questions. And like Carolyn just asked, if you want to write down the slide number and save them for the end, that's fine as well. But we'll be kind of trying to go through this really methodically and hopefully in a way that everybody can understand what's going on. It is a very complex hydraulic system out there on South Boulder Creek and in the floodplain. So we're really trying to use this forum to get everybody up to speed. So I think the best place for me to start with is kind of the existing floodplain modeling and what that is and what's going on with the floodplain. We've kind of been through this conversation a few times with the advisory group, and we found some good ways, I think, to explain the floodplain modeling and kind of go over some of the key points that are going to be reoccurring as we talk about this upstream concept development and the upstream analysis we've been doing for the last 6 months. So this is, I'm just going to start here is really, this is how we found is probably the best way to visualize what's going on with the floodplain. And this is actually a snapshot of a video, and I'll play the video right after this, but this is actually showing the South Boulder Creek floodplain modeling. And this model, the way the flood works is it's happening over time. So this will actually play. I have lots of videos like this with different configurations and things like that, but I want to get everybody on a real strong starting basis and also just point out some key time steps that you'll kind of hear again throughout the modeling. So really, I'm going to click this and it should open up. There was a link to these videos in your guys' memo package as well. So they are posted on the website, but I've heard throughout the advisory group process, it's actually really valuable just to walk through these videos and kind of stop at key moments. So that's what I'm going to do now. And this should click and open. No, maybe not. That's okay. And can you guys see that? It should be a web page with the videos again?
Yes.
Or is
Yes,
it the
we see it.
PowerPoint still? Okay.
No, you're
great.
on the web page.
So, on the web page, perfect. So we did post these videos for kind of access to the public, and they're on the project team's webpage so people can view them. And we're going to start with this existing conditions video here. And they're only about a minute long. And for me, this is really exciting information, but I also know it's not as exciting to everybody else. So I'll try and keep it as interesting as I can as we go through. So there's a few key features before I run the model that I want to point out. So up in the northern part of the screen, the top of the map, that's US 36 actually running across the screen there. And then South Boulder Creek, you can see the bridge that comes underneath it. And then that blue line that kind of has a big belly in it, that's Dry Creek Ditch number 2. And that's kind of the edge of the CU South property. So those are just a few landmarks for everybody. And State Highway 93 is just off of the page to the south at the bottom, but we'll go to there next and really talk about that State Highway 93 split flow. I'll stop it as that split flow comes onto the screen, but just wanted to get everybody's bearings because we'll see these maps again and again tonight as we go through this. So I'm going to go ahead and play this, and should work here. And I'll talk a little bit while it's running the first time. I'm just going to let it run through the first time, and then I'll go back and stop. So some of the key features of this is this model is a Mike flood model, which is a combination one-dimensional, two-dimensional hydraulic model. And what you're seeing is flow depths, and there's also little black lines in there, which are arrows, which are showing velocity vectors. So that's really showing direction and magnitude of flow. And this is running throughout the flood duration. And you'll see at the bottom of the screen, there's a date. That's just our model date that this has been set up for. And there's also a time step that's moving along. And those time steps represent 5-minute increments. So you can see the flood flows kind of move through the property, move through the site from South Boulder Creek. And as you get to the end, probably after about 80 minutes, they start to trail off. So the peak of the flood has passed this portion of the area. So I'm just gonna, it's about done
And
here.
Brandon, this may go without saying, but this is modeling a 100-year storm event, right?
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Dan. Yep. This is the 100-year storm event. So as Joe mentioned, we're really comparing this to the variant 1 100-year flood protection. So we're really focused on the 100-year storm event for all these runs. Okay. So now I can actually go to the interesting part and point out all the stuff that I look for as an engineer as we're going through. And the first time I'm going to stop this is right about here. So time step 23, 24. So this is approximately 120 minutes into the flood. And there's not much happening, if you can see. So really, this means that the flow is in the channels. That's really the blue lines we're looking at. But there is one key important feature to point out, and that's at South Boulder Creek, just upstream of the US 36 bridge. You can start to see some flow depth leaving the main channel of South Boulder Creek. And that flow, that's the beginning of the flow that will ultimately go along US 36, over top US 36, and cause the flooding in the West Valley from South Boulder Creek. So I'll run it and I'll stop it again here. So there it is. So next, so this is about time step 30, which is approximately 150 minutes into the flood event. So for the model, and the key features to point out here. So again, focus on that area just at South Boulder Creek in US 36. You'll see that flow is beginning to increase as it moves along US 36. So there's not really anywhere for it to spill over. That's what's pushing it towards the West Valley. And then the other key feature that really shows up at about this time step is this State Highway 93 split flow. So based on the OSBT meetings and the feedback we've gotten from OSBT, that split flow is actually a key component in any upstream design that we would consider. So I just wanted to point that out. That is where State Highway 93 split flow occurs. And it's coming onto the screen. So you'll see that flow path separate from the main channel of South Boulder Creek as we move through the floodplain modeling here.
Brandon, at some point, can you use your cursor to show us where the Veely channel is?
Sure. So Veely, and can everybody see my cursor okay there? It's probably got a little lag. But Veely channel is here. It's kind of on the northern edge of the CU South site, and it goes under the foothills on-ramp, and then goes under US 36, and then ultimately comes along South Boulder Road, and then under South Boulder Road back to South Boulder Creek. So that's where Veely channel is shown. Can you see that okay, Dave?
Yep, yep.
Okay, great.
And what size culvert is there now?
On Veely channel?
Yeah.
I think there's a triple barrel culvert. So there's 3 separate culverts, and I'm pretty sure they're 60-inch, but I will double check on that. So they're pretty substantial. They're probably 60, 66 inch, but I can double check on that. I know they're triple barrel for sure. It's the diameters I'll have to double check on.
Great, thanks.
Sure. Okay. So I'm gonna progress the model a little bit more here. And what I want to really flag here, the next time step's going to be a little bit further in the flood. And it's going to really start to show what the flooding is doing in the existing conditions. So right now, there's in all the hydrographs and everything that I look at as an engineer, this is really a key moment for us because this is where a lot of the peak flow is happening in the flood. So this is about time step 54, which is approximately 270 minutes into the flood. So I'll show you guys some graphs later that are typical ways to show flow moving through a system over time, but this is really that key moment. So there's a few things going on here that I'd like to point out. So you can see there's a significant amount of flow now that's kind of occurring at this US 36 area. And part of that is from the main channel of South Boulder Creek. And then part of that is also from the State Highway 93 split flow path. And you can see the State Highway 93 split flow path at this point has hit the CU South levee and is actually flowing along the outside of the CU South levee. So that is an accredited levee. So really that's important to point out because that's really a basis for a lot of the discussions we're going to be having going forward. So as that flow goes around the levee, ultimately it joins up. Some of it goes under the US 36 bridge. Some of it actually goes towards the West Valley. And you'll see at the very top of the screen there, where those flood flows ultimately overtop US 36 and then start contributing to the West Valley. So I just want to make sure that's all my key points here. Yes. So from there, like I've said, you'll see the flood wave kind of move through and all these flow depths will come down. They won't go to zero in this model run, but you'll see that they'll start to come down and then we've passed the peak and that's really our design event. This is actually contributing to volume estimates that we give over the duration of the model. So that's a lot of information. Hopefully I haven't put anybody to sleep yet because that's only like my first or second slide here. So I will jump back into the videos here. And I do want to talk. So there were a few key moments in there. So South Boulder Creek leaving its channel upstream of US 36, State Highway 93 overtopping and creating that split flow path we're talking about, and then the West Valley overflow overtopping and the peak flow of the flood. So I do want to also show, and I won't stop this one at every moment and go through there. I just wanted everybody to know what they're looking at as we go. But I did want to show that same model run, but with a little bit different of a vantage point, because this is such a huge component of any upstream alternative we consider is we're capturing flow that actually leaves the main channel of South Boulder Creek. And what does capturing that flow do? So this is State Highway 93. So we've actually moved south of the site now, and we could just see it at the bottom of the previous map. But this is that split flow path. So I just kind of want to show everybody what's happening at State Highway 93, really start to understand kind of the difference in the flow paths and how that's going to impact our flood design and our concept development as we move forward. So let's see, it looks a little blurry for the first run here. Let me just pull it back while it loads. There we go. So I'm going to stop this again just at those key moments and kind of point out if I can capture it there. So it's really important to remember that at time step 24, that's when we saw South Boulder Creek leaving its banks just upstream of US 36. And you'll notice a lot of that flow, none of that flow is actually coming from the split flow at State Highway 93. So a lot of that flow is actually passing under the South Boulder Creek Bridge at State Highway 93. And that's going to play a role as we kind of go through this upstream analysis. But you'll see similar to what's happening at US 36 happens at State Highway 93. We have a limited capacity bridge, We have flow leaving the South Boulder Creek and ultimately running along the highway until it finds a low spot that it's going to spill over at. So, and I'll just play this through a little bit. And on our field tours, we've been out kind of the trail we were walking on. We've walked right through the middle of that split flow path. So now you can kind of see in the flooding context what is happening here. So you'll see it doesn't look like a lot of flow, but there's a significant amount of flow in the main South Boulder Creek channel at this point. But there is also a significant amount of flow that's left the banks and is ultimately overtopping State Highway 93. And I'll just let this one kind of play out from here. I find these really valuable, especially if you're not a hydraulic modeling engineer or work in this field, just because it's very visual. It was really valuable with the advisory group to be able to look at these model runs and also to be able to ask questions and understand what's going on with the flooding.
Brandon, for foundational context setting, was this a 2018 model run, or is this, I know we did a new one as well this year. Could you, what context for when this model run was done?
This is all existing conditions. So this is all developed as part of the regulatory model that was approved in 2010.
Okay.
So that's where this model, so this is not new information. This is existing conditions information.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Okay. So hopefully I still have everybody here and I'll get back to my presentation. So we talked about the State Highway 93 split flow. So those videos are really important. Those times you'll hear time and time again. So it's just good to kind of get an understanding of what's going on with the existing conditions. I did want to show this graph. I mentioned a hydrograph. So really what this is looking at is flow over time. So when I mentioned the peak flow, that key moment of about the 55-minute time step, I'll show you how that kind of relates to everything. This was part of the 2018 concept design report, and these are the peak flows for all the different variants, including the existing conditions. So this dark blue line is the existing conditions. I've tried to highlight that for everybody. So really that peak flow time correlates to the model we just saw. So I just kind of want everybody to tie all this together. People can understand things very differently. As an engineer, this is how I like to see things because I understand graphs and charts and all that. But visually, this is representing what we just saw in the model runs. So this is that US 36 bridge. So the peak flow, as I mentioned, about 275 minutes. Yep, time step 55, and the peak flow was about 4,000 CFS. So we've seen that number a few times in a few other presentations. You don't need to remember that number, but it will come up again as we go. But really, that point I pointed out at the beginning shows up on this peak flow graph as well. So really, you can see it's much earlier in the flood, where South Boulder Creek leaves its banks, leaves the main channel just upstream of US 36. And this is at the US 36 bridge. So that was at about that time step, let's see here, 24 or 120 minutes there. So I just wanted to point that out to everybody. This is what I look at as an engineer. And this is really flow over time during the flood at a specific location. So that's why those videos are so valuable, is because you're looking at multiple locations over time, multiple different flows. They really give you a sense of what's going on with the flood. Okay, I'm gonna breathe. I was gonna see if anybody had any questions about the existing conditions. I think that's gonna be helpful as we go forward. So I just wanna make sure we're all kind of starting from the same baseline here and just take a breath and see if anybody has any questions.
Brandon, while you're waiting for questions, I might just add, I mentioned some of the key themes that we'll be going through here tonight. And the first one being that split flow that occurs at Highway 93. So Brandon just walked us through and kind of showed during a 100-year flood how the inundation develops and what part of it goes down the main South Boulder Creek and what part goes to the west in the floodplain through a split flow.
So Brandon, what's exactly happening at the US 36 bridge through time? When, especially around the time South Boulder Creek goes out of its bank.
Yep. So it's I think the way it's been characterized, and something we found through discussions with the advisory group, is that there's an issue with the bridge, and there's not an issue with the bridge that's causing that overflow to happen. It's actually the channel upstream of the bridge. So there's a few low spots in that left bank as you look downstream of South Boulder Creek that the water is rising as the flow's increasing upstream of the bridge. It can leave its banks, so then it will actually leave the main channel just upstream of the bridge, and then flow will continue to increase as it goes under the bridge, but it will also split off and go along US 36. So throughout the timing of the flood, flow is kind of continually increasing until it gets to that peak of 4,000 CFS at the US 36 bridge. But at that same time, it's also spilling over towards the West Valley.
So if you were under the bridge at that time, is that, you think that's halfway up the bridge? I don't know how high that bridge is, but 8 feet or whatever it is it halfway up, or how high up is the water under the bridge at the time that it starts to flow out of the channel?
That's a good question. I do have those numbers further down the presentation. It's definitely over your head, I would say. I don't have the invert of the bridge, but it's not anywhere near the bottom of the bridge at this point. So even at that peak flow stage, it's nowhere near the bottom of the bridge. That bridge was actually set at an elevation for an even larger capacity. But as we've gone through the design iterations, we've refined how much water is actually going to the bridge and the design calculation. So it doesn't get close to the bottom of the bridge, but I can say that you wouldn't want to be standing under the bridge during that flow is probably the best example. And we'll look at the water surface elevations further down in the presentation. I'll see if I can pull up the invert of the bridge as well.
Dave, this is Kurt. I think that is one of the big anomalies, is that the bridge has a lot more conveyance capacity than the channel does.
Right.
And so the flood does not have to get very large in the channel before water's going west all the way to Table Mesa. It's a little bit anomalous.
Great, thanks. That I think helps understand what's happening out there.
Great. Were there any other questions before I jump into the upstream analysis here? Okay. I will keep moving on. So next, I think understanding the existing conditions and what's happening with the floodplain model really feeds into that meeting we had with the board on June 3rd, and really what their motion and the request was. So I know Karen mentioned the 2 other questions. We've been talking about the 6 questions. I don't expect everybody to read this. This is the quote of the 6 questions that OSBT lined out as a questions and also a process for a way to address this upstream option. So we've included in attachment A in your memo a written answer to each one of these, so you guys can see how would we respond to each one of these questions based on the information that we've provided. But for the ease of this presentation, I've tried to take those questions and put them in a format that's maybe a little simpler and could also help us walk through the floodplain modeling and the design process as it relates to the upstream. So I'll be taking, and this is my paraphrase of your question, so I just wanted to point out we did respond to each of those specific questions in attachment A of the memo, but for presentation's sake, I think it might be easier, or it helped me at least to think it through, to put it in kind of simpler questions. And these are the ones we'll be talking about as we go through the presentation. So I'm just going to read these ones off because these will come up throughout the presentation. So the first question, and it was a good one, and we responded to it during the June 3rd meeting, but it was really what happens to flood flows if the CU South levee is removed. So we did do some more work related to that. We'll go over that. And then next, develop a concept to direct the maximum amount of flood flows to a storage facility with infrastructure only on CU property. So I think that's really important because that, if that something like that were to work, it would result in significant reductions to impacts to OSMP. So we did look at that specifically, and then we did do additional model runs related to that scenario with an upstream storage facility and capturing the entirety of the split flow that occurs at State Highway 93 in a facility like that. And then next, how does this storage reduce the peak flows and runoff volumes downstream? So we didn't have any modeling associated with that. We did have to do a new model run as part of this process, really to evaluate that. And I'll go over that as we get to that question. And then the last question was really develop a project. And I put this in here because I think this was really important, is when we're comparing to variant 1, it has to have the same flood mitigation effectiveness as variant 1. And that really means mitigating that overtopping of US 36 and the flooding in the West Valley. So really develop a project to meet those flood mitigation goals and then estimate those impacts to OSMP resources. And that's what Don will go over towards the end of the presentation. So start with what happens to flood flows if the CU South levee is removed. So this is really focused on that split flow, and I think the question was simply put to us, doesn't it all just go into these gravel pits? And on June 3rd, we kind of said, based on our modeling, it doesn't. And so the advisory group said, you know, why doesn't it? We need to understand that. So what we included in the package was topography. So this is a representation of the elevations out there and what we assumed for when we say if the levee was removed. So I think that's a really important point, is what does it mean to have the levee be removed? So this is a cross section. So it's just representing those topographic lines, and I've called out the CU South levee. You can see it as that dashed line, and our proposed topography with the levee removed was a solid, with that solid line. So we're essentially removing the CU South levee to adjacent natural grade is what we assumed when we say the levee is removed. I just wanted to point that out. So next, and from our 2018 analysis, we did do runs where we have the levee in place and also have the levee removed just to see the difference. And that is one of the goals of the project, is we would like to be able to try and remove that levee and reconnect that floodplain. So we needed to understand what that levee, what happened with that levee removed in the floodplain modeling. So really what the amount of flow that would enter the gravel pits with the levee removed is only about 848 CFS with a volume of 277 acre feet. And as we go down, you'll see that's not enough to have an impact on the West Valley overflow. So we increase that peak flow and storage volume as we go through the design process, and we'll see what effects that has, really to give us a upper limit of, if we capture all of the State Highway 93 split flow, what happens to the overtopping of US 36 and the West Valley flooding.
Hey, Brandon, on this slide,
yep.
Remind us again what the CFS flow is of the split flow in relation to 848.
Yeah. So the split flow at State Highway 93 for a peak flow, which is what I like to reference, I guess, when I'm talking about flows and hydraulics, is about 4,500 CFS in total. And that relates, that was going to be my next slide here, to that figure B1 that we talked about pretty significantly during that June 3rd meeting. I think the figure B1 was our best way to try and represent flows and volumes and peak times at key points in the floodplain. So really that Dry Creek Ditch so it's DCD2 and BCD, a peak flow of 4,489 CFS. So I'm rounding that to 4,500 CFS. That's really the entirety of that State Highway 93 split flow that's outside of the South Boulder Creek channel.
So Brandon, the heading on that box almost in the center, it really is Dry Creek Ditch, Bear Creek Ditch plus the split flow, right? It's not,
Yes,
it's not just the two ditches.
yes. So the way the ditches work, since they're open channels, is they have a capacity of that channel. And then once they leave that capacity, they'll enter the floodplain. So that's really Dry Creek Ditch number 2, Bear Creek Ditch, and then their associated floodplains, which include that flow that's spilling over at State Highway 93 as well. And those floodplains stay relatively split. There is some interaction just downstream of State Highway 93, you can see there, but for the most part, that 4,500 CFS is what we're seeing come over at State Highway 93.
But the reason why I'm asking the question is on the left-hand side of the image, it's called State Highway 93 overflow.
Yes, so State Highway 93, there's actually penetrations in the embankment at State Highway 93 for Bear Creek Ditch and Dry Creek Ditch number 2. So those are culverts and they have a limited capacity. So those will pass flow, and until those reach their capacity or until the water elevation upstream of those reaches to a certain point, then it'll spill over. So really that Dry Creek Ditch number 2 and Bear Creek Ditch box, where it's the 4,500, is a combination of those 3 things.
So it is all 3, it's not just 2 of them.
Yes, yes.
But the heading is just for the 2.
Yes, that's how we've kind of denoted it as we went down. But yes, it is. That is all that flow.
So Brandon, I might want to interject here, kind of going back to the main themes of the board's June 3rd questions. And we talked about the cross section, and I think most people know there was a gravel mine here that created a depression inside the CU property. It's lower than the surrounding property. And I remember Dave asked a very fair question that it seems like there's a hole there created by the gravel mining, and how come more water doesn't go into the hole? So what Brandon just took you through is kind of a step-by-step, more detailed view of how we modeled the removal of the levee and what happened to that flow. And I think what you'll see as we go on here, as Brandon gets further into this, is we found that there's still enough water in the main South Boulder Creek channel, even if you remove that levee and what goes around, to overtop US 36 and flood the West Valley. So that was one of the main themes of the questions, I believe. And so Brandon, keep going, and we'll check in a little bit.
Sure. Yeah.
So Brandon,
Yep.
what's happening at the Veely channel at that point then? Those 3 culverts, what are they doing?
So they are filling up right now. So essentially Veely Channel has a similar scenario where those culverts are filling up, and based on the elevation of water above them, they become full. And then they will only pass a certain amount of flow based on the water surface elevation above them. So they will be backing water up upstream of 36 as well.
Okay. And the bridge at Highway 93 is the same. It's at capacity, and that's why the overtopping occurs.
Yes, similar, where it's not so much the bridge as it is the channel leading up to the bridge where it wants to leave its banks. But yes, it does have a limited capacity based on the upstream channel geometry. Okay. I'm going to move on to question 2. So as far as the upstream analysis goes, I think what we found with the levee removed was we needed to capture more of that split flow, or we needed to direct more of that split flow to the CU South property. And the open space board's motion really said, you know, focus on how you can do that with infrastructure only on the CU South property. So that's really what we focused on. And there was another theme throughout the advisory group process to really build upon the work that we've already done. So we tried to do that as much as we could. So the next slide, I just want to preface everybody, this is the only slide I have like this, but the north arrow's to the right, and I think it's just how everybody's seen it. So I'll just give everybody a minute to get reoriented here. So this was in the 2018 concept design report, and this is what was referred to as a project team upstream concept. And this was really an effort to capture as much of that State Highway 93 split flow in a detention area as we could. Now, this model in 2018 included the flood wall and the proposed dam along US 36. So that's why we couldn't get an accurate representation exactly of what was happening downstream if we don't have any of that infrastructure. So I think that was something we kind of wanted to answer. And we did have modeling associated with the proposed dam upstream on the CU South property, and also this inflow rundown. So I'll go into some more detail about those 2 features as well. So these are really the 2 features that are, you can see none of them are on open space property. They're all on the CU South property. So really, what do these 2 features on their own do for the downstream flooding? So the inflow rundown is infrastructure that the way it was modeled, and when this modeling was done, it was all this was developed in the hydraulic model. So there was never design associated with these features aside from relative grading. And then I'll discuss how we did the model or the dam in the model as well. But the inflow rundown really grades essentially that southern portion of the CU South property into the CU South gravel pits. And we found that just by doing that grading, that would capture that State Highway 93 split flow. And I'll show kind of the video that shows that visually, but we found that that would do that. So there was no need to build additional berms or anything like that on the CU South property to encourage flow to go into this gravel pit area to be stored or detained. Okay. So, and for me, this is my job. So this is interesting to me, but this is just a representation. This is another topographic map, and this probably looks like Greek to a lot of people. But the key things to kind of point out here are, you'll see these lines in there that kind of make no sense. And those are features that were forced into the model to try and represent some of these design features associated with this upstream, this project team upstream in the 2018 concept design report. So I'll click through here. So the first set of blockouts are flow paths. So I mentioned earlier that Mike Flood is a combination 1-dimensional and 2-dimensional model. So these flow paths represent a 1-dimensional portion of the model. So that's why they're blocked out. So you'll see South Boulder Creek. You also see Dry Creek Ditch number 2 in blue here. And then next, to simulate the project feature, since we didn't do a full design of these features in 2018, we put in what was called no flow cells. So I know now we're getting into real hydraulic modeling nomenclature, and it's probably getting a little confusing, but you'll see that proposed dam upstream on the OSO and also the dam along US 36 is highlighted in orange. So really what we did was we pulled out those portions of the hydraulic model and didn't let flow go through those. And what that does is it creates a detention effect, and you can kind of evaluate how a detention facility would impact the flooding. And that's how you can say, do I need infrastructure downstream? How much do I need to store? Answering a lot of those questions you could do with a model like this. So next, I'm going to keep going. So
Brandon,
really,
just really quick, can I
Sure.
ask a quick clarifying question?
Yep.
One thing I keep coming back to is on the yellow line, the no flow pixels you've added that are the furthest most on the left.
Yes.
How did that line get drawn? Where does that line come from?
The furthest to the left, it's kind of that straight. Oh, I have a cursor. I can show it. This portion right here, is that correct?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's essentially taking that line over to an elevation that we would assume would need to be the top of a dam to create a detention facility.
So that
we
is
are,
an elevation line.
yeah, it's tying into an elevation line.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Okay, so really part of this was we had modeling that included those no flow cells, but it also included that embankment downstream. So what we did to advance this really was pull out that downstream infrastructure, so the flood wall and that embankment, and say, okay, what does that do? Because that now we've removed the infrastructure on OSMP property, on existing OSMP property. So what does that mean from a flood mitigation standpoint? So, yes, okay, good. So really what I just wanted to highlight here and what I wanted to show everybody was I'm gonna pull up another one of those videos, and it's gonna be representative of this model that includes the two key features that I just mentioned, the inflow rundown and that detention facility on CU South property. So I'm going to click back here.
So Brandon, this is going to be a model with no structures on open space to see if, and capture
Yes.
the west flow, no structures on open space, what's going to happen?
Right. And I guess I will get to the what's going to happen downstream. I just want everybody to see the inflow rundown and this detention facility. Do they capture the State Highway 93 split flow? I think that's really one of the major questions that have been asked of us. Can we capture that all on the CU South property? So I'm going to run this video, and I've left the downstream portion off, but you'll see this model will now run differently from those existing conditions modeled. And there's some key areas to point out. So this is really focused on that State Highway 93 area. So the road you see cutting through the page, that's State Highway 93. You'll see South Boulder Creek just to the right of that. So that's really the main channel of South Boulder Creek. And you'll also see the State Highway 93 overflow. So I'm going to run this model. And I shouldn't say run the model. I'm showing a video of the model runs. I just want to, yeah, in modeling world, that's very important to know what we're representing. So I'm going to stop this here again. So remember time step 24. So downstream South Boulder Creek spilling out of its banks right now. And then as you proceed through this model, we'll get to about time step 33 again, and you'll see the State Highway 93 split flows started to occur. So that is a significant portion of the South Boulder Creek flow that is actually being diverted away from the main channel from State Highway 93 and ultimately overtopping State Highway 93. And as we proceed, this is where you see the difference. So I really want to stop here and really point this out, because this model includes that inflow rundown, number one. So you'll see the State Highway 93 split flow path here, but instead of going around the levee at this point, it is actually being encouraged to go towards the CU South property. So I think it's really, this is what the inflow rundown is doing for us. So I just want to point that out because you'll see it captures pretty much the entirety of the flow at this point. And I'll progress again and I'll stop it one more time. So as it goes into that facility and it hits those no flow cells that I mentioned previously, you'll see our depths now are greatly increasing on the CU South property. So that's representing our detention facility. So we have the inflow rundown to encourage the flows onto the CU South property, and we are detaining those flows in a detention facility. So that's really what I want to point out from this model. You'll see that very dark blue area, and how, to your question, is we came up with that elevation that we would need a dam on based on how much water we would store in those no flow cells. And that gives us kind of a relative elevation that we need to make sure our dam ties into to be able to detain the water. And then I'll let this one play out. You'll see mainly what's happening is flow continues through the inflow rundown and it continues to build up in our detention facility. So you'll see it just get more and more blue there. And that's really representing our detention facility. So I'll just let that
Brandon,
one.
I might interject here. This is, we talked about existing work from 2018 and we talked about new work. This is a new model run that the consultants did for us in 2020 as a result of the questions that we're trying to answer here.
Correct. Yep. And from my standpoint, that portion of the model is very similar to what we did in 2018. It's really, we removed the downstream infrastructure to see if it's even needed from the 2018, and that's how we updated that model. So I'll go through that next. So once we get into the numbers and things like that, so I just want to point out again, this was that figure B1, and I know there's a lot of numbers going on here, but like I mentioned before, that State Highway 93 split flow is about 4,500 CFS, and we have a peak flow coming into our detention facility of 4,300 CFS. So there's a little bit of a difference there, but that is the majority of the State Highway 93 split flow. Okay. Impact flows down. Oh, good. All right, good. So I am on track. If this is, I'm gonna see if anybody has any questions, make sure everybody's still awake. I really enjoy talking about this, so I'm gaining energy as we're going. I'm sure everybody else is losing it, but this is very, very, very important and hopefully very educational to people. So.
And Brandon, we're going to probably take a 5-minute break.
Sure.
Sometime close to or a little after 8. So you'll be able to get more water.
Perfect. That's great. Yeah, I just, I'm making sure I have plenty of stopping points. So you guys just tell me when you would like to take a break as well.
Yeah, Kurt and Brandon, if we're shooting for an 8, then I might suggest that after Brandon's done, but before we get in with Don's presentation, that might be the break time if you're shooting for around 8.
Well, I think that's the best break time. You're right, Dan. So whenever that happens.
Okay, great. Okay, so Joe just mentioned the new model, and that video that I just showed is the new model that we ran as part of the advisory group work. It's very similar to the 2018 with the inflow rundown and the detention facility. But what that model did for us was allow us to remove the downstream infrastructure and really answer this next question. So this is my paraphrased question 3 is, how does this storage impact flood flows downstream? So this is really a huge one on, do we meet our flood mitigation goals, is maybe an easy way to think of this one. And just to remind everybody, I think it's really important. This is South Boulder Creek again. The CU South property is highlighted in red, but really protecting life and safety is our ultimate goal with this project. And that means really we're trying to provide flood mitigation for the neighborhoods in this West Valley overflow area, which is where South Boulder Creek leaves its banks, ultimately runs along US 36, and then overtops US 36 and enters these neighborhoods. Okay, so I have another model video that I'll narrate for everybody, but I think this one is really, really valuable. And I think it's also maybe the crux of part of the questions here. So I do want to spend some time at this one. And I'm just going to go back into my models here, my videos of the models. So it's important to remember this model only includes the detention facility on OSO and that inflow rundown that I was speaking to earlier. So, and I'll pull this up full screen so everybody can see it. So we've moved to the north a little bit. So we're not focused on the State Highway 93 split flow anymore. We're actually focused on what's happening at US 36. So as I mentioned before, that time step 24 is when South Boulder Creek starts leaving its banks upstream of State Highway US 36. Sorry, I got to make sure I get the rows correct here. So this is really looking at the CU South property, just kind of on the left side of the map. And then US 36 is the road cutting across this view. So I will stop at those key points again here. All right. I'll let it run for a minute. And right here, so this is time step 25. It's close to 24. But what you can see that's still happening is the flow that's in the main channel of South Boulder Creek isn't spilling over at State Highway 93. There's still flow in the main channel that's going under that State Highway 93 bridge. And that's what's moving through the South Boulder Creek channel and ultimately reporting to this overflow point. So you'll see that overflow begin to develop. And then you'll see here again at a time step 33 at the very bottom of the screen, you'll start to see the split flow from State Highway 93 entering the screen. And you'll see that flow along US 36 has started to move along US 36.
And Brandon,
And
I just
that's-
wanted to mention, this also shows the answer to Dave's question about Veely Channel.
Yes.
It's up there.
Yes, thank you very much. So Veely Channel is up here, Dave, and Veely Channel services a much smaller drainage area in the city that also reports a lot faster. So it's a much more impervious area. So the South Boulder neighborhoods kind of by South Boulder Rec Center, Veely Lake, that's the drainage area that's servicing Veely Channel. So you'll see Veely Channel turns blue very quick. And that's because of the impervious area and the small watershed that's reporting to it. So it turns blue very quick within the model. And as we go down, so we'll still get to, I better stop it here. So you'll see the State Highway 93 split flow utilizing the inflow rundown and starting to back up in our detention facility here. We still have flow from the main channel of South Boulder Creek that's continuing to flow along US 36 and ultimately over the Veely Channel because Veely Channel is full at this point. And then we can stop it right about here. So, and ultimately what we found was with just the inflow rundown and just the detention facility, this flow from South Boulder Creek from the main channel was still enough to be able to overtop US 36 and contribute to the flooding in the West Valley overflow area. So I think that's a really key point because it's going to feed into what our upstream design concept would be. So that flow is actually a really important flow because that's in the main channel of South Boulder Creek, and then it leaves its banks just upstream of the US 36 bridge. So I will let this one play out as well. And you can see it continues to contribute to the flow at West Valley Overflow there. And ultimately, you'll see the peak pass. Our pond will stay detaining water. So that's ultimately where we're getting the flood benefit. And then it will dry up towards the end here as the flood flows decrease. Okay. I will go back to this. So I think now we're going to go back into the engineering world. So that was kind of the really general overview of what happens if we divert and capture that State Highway 93 split flow. So this is that peak flow graph again. And we start with that peak flow that went under US 36 was 3,997. So approximately 4,000 is what I like to say, right at that peak flow time. And you'll see this orange line now represents the impacts to those flows from that detention facility and from that inflow rundown. So you see we're significantly reducing the flow that's going under the US 36 bridge. But we still have South Boulder Creek leaving its banks just upstream of the US 36 bridge, right at that same time step again. So at that time step 24, and I have my notes, but time step 24 is how I always remember it. And I better just say the time as well. At the 120-minute mark. So that's where that happens.
And Brandon, the capacity of the channel upstream of US 36 bridge, if I remember correctly from our discussions, was about 800 CFS before it starts spilling over into the floodplain. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And the way that channel works, it's not one defined point. There's multiple points. So the first place it spills is at about that 800 CFS, but as the flows increase, it spills at multiple points upstream of there as well, but all kind of in that general vicinity.
And the magnitude of the 100-year flood as it's coming down towards the bridge, if I'm also remembering correctly, was in the 6,000 CFS range.
Yes. Yes, that's what, so if we were to do nothing, it kind of in the existing conditions, it's about 7,000 CFS that would be approaching the US 36 bridge, and 4,000 of that would go under the bridge, and the rest would leave the banks of South Boulder Creek and go to the West Valley overflow.
Yeah.
So next,
and Brandon, maybe,
yeah.
or Joe, maybe you could just elaborate on that a little, because it is such an unusual situation. Why do you think the bridge has so much capacity, and yet the waters start leaving the channel at 800 cubic feet per second? What was the design standard for the bridge, do you think?
Yeah, so the bridge was built in the early 50s as part of the US 36 construction.
Right.
And in the early 50s, at least in my world, in the floodplain mapping world, there was very little floodplain science similar to what we have today. So these models that I'm showing you now, nothing like that existed. Just in the last 10 years, we've been able to do two-dimensional hydraulic modeling. Even before that, it was one-dimensional. And this type of flow path is really hard to identify in a one-dimensional hydraulic model. So I think they sized it assuming all the flow went under the bridge. I think that was as good as they could do in the 50s, and I think they did a good job. I love looking at those old drawings, and that's more than likely why it has additional capacity under the bridge. Now, CDOT did redo that bridge in 2018 as part of the US 36 expansion, and their design flows for that bridge now come from our floodplain model. So they design their scour protection and their piers and everything based on that 4,000 CFS, because they have refined that and they know how much flow actually is going under the bridge in these 100-year events.
Do we think that the water goes west is because of sort of a quirk of topography, or do we think the channel bed is continuing to grade at the bridge?
I don't think there's an aggradation or degradation issue going on so
Okay.
much with South Boulder Creek as it's just the channel topography at this point.
Yeah,
Um,
okay,
yeah, I mean, and
thanks.
that's what's being reflected in the model. This is an alluvial floodplain, and I'll talk about that further down into in the presentation. But the main channel of South Boulder Creek is used to deliver water to a lot of users downstream. So it's been pretty well managed. So it's mainly the topography as it exists
Okay.
within the main channel. The floodplain is a different animal for sure.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And Brandon, one other question of clarification. Even after the creek starts to flow out of the channel, the flow under the bridge continues to increase. Is that correct, as shown on this graph?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Yep. And you see, so essentially what's happening on this graph is that State Highway 93 split flow is no longer contributing to flow going under the bridge. So essentially we've diverted it, we've captured it, so we're reducing the flow under the bridge significantly. It's just not enough is what we found.
Okay, and tell me why, I'm not clear what the 800 cubic feet per second is.
Yeah, so the bridge has this capacity. So it's designed for this 4,000 CFS, and it even has technically more capacity than that. So the bridge is pretty safe. The trick is you got to get the water there. So the South Boulder Creek main channel upstream of the bridge only has a limited capacity. And you'll see if you look at this graph here where I've marked South Boulder Creek channel over top is a specific time. So it's that 120 minutes, but it's also a specific flow rate, about 800 CFS. So we've looked at the cross sections within the model, and we've found that to be the case, that the channel doesn't have capacity and it actually spills into the floodplain above that.
So the 800
CFS.
CFS is the rate at which the stream starts to leave the channel.
Yes.
Okay.
At that specific location. So just upstream of the US 36 bridge, it will leave the channel and other places, but I haven't focused on those sections as much. So I guess more to the question of what happens downstream. So really what we just talked about was, we see a significant reduction in the peak flows that go under the US 36, but ultimately this doesn't eliminate that overtopping of US 36 and then the flooding of the West Valley, that West Valley overflow, which is the flooding that we're actually trying to mitigate as part of this project. So really that's kind of what I wanted to highlight, and that's the new information we learned through this advisory group process and through this new model run was really with infrastructure solely on CU South property, we can't mitigate that West Valley flooding by capturing the State Highway 93 split flow. And then we do see significant reductions in the peak flow going under the US 36 bridge. And that ultimately means actually we see flood benefits along the main channel, but it isn't mitigating the flood hazard through the city in that West Valley area.
So I might want to interject at this point, Brandon. And when we were working through this with the advisory group and we were thinking about the board's questions from June 13th or June 3rd, this really put us at a place of kind of now what? We've modeled the situation with all of the design features on the CU South property, which reducing or really minimizing impacts to open space. And we spent some time talking as a project team about whether we were done with the work and we had satisfied the board's questions, or whether we needed to take it further. And somewhere in the questions I remember, or maybe it was talking to Kurt, kind of the wording of what is staff's best concept to make all this work. And so we decided to take it further to just try and show once and for all kind of what it might look like. And we absolutely can make an upstream concept, storage concept work. But I think with the modeling that Brandon just showed, that the caveat to that is, but not without structures on open space. And so I think that's where Brandon's got a few slides and where he is going to go next.
May I ask a question before you go there?
Sure.
On this slide and in the video, the it appears that two things are happening. It appears the overtopping of 36 is west of the Veely Channel. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it also appears that the depth of water that runs along Highway 93 from the creek over towards the Veely Channel, based on the legend over here at the right, it appears to be somewhere around, what, 2 feet?
2 to 3 feet, yes, something along that. And you mean US 36, I'm assuming?
Yeah. And what I'm wondering is the area north of the highway, which is also wet meadow, looks pretty dry. Is it possible to have culverts that go just like the culverts for the Veely Channel, culverts that go under 36 up to the northern wet meadow to allow that water to go under 36 along that area?
I'm happy to answer that. I guess it is dry. I think that's an accurate representation. I think some of the issue is US 36 is pushing the floodplain away from where it would naturally want to go. The issue with increasing conveyance, and we haven't calculated this out, but we know we're kind of right on the edge of what we can do, is when you put water into that area, it doesn't report directly back to South Boulder Creek. It actually reports back to Veely Channel. And there's a chance Veely Channel could overtop, and then we don't know how much capacity before we have impacts downstream users as well. So we have gained some capacity in the main channel, but we haven't identified how much that's the difference in that capacity. And the other thing too to keep in mind with this is a pretty expensive option, just this piece of it. So I will have to bring kind of the engineering design components into it as well, and boring under US 36 multiple times to increase conveyance could also be pretty only tack on to the top of that. So yeah, it's not the option we're going to be talking about as we go. But yeah, that's what I would say about conveyance under 36.
So Brandon, in 2013, in the flood, the Veely Channel did not overflow?
No. Not that I'm aware of. I think South Boulder Road did overflow in kind of some of the locations that we've shown, which is the nice thing about this modeling is we're not forcing this to do anything. We're essentially putting in our flows and letting it run, and it's actually pretty accurate as far as representing flood flow paths. So I'm not aware of any overtopping from Veely Channel in 2013.
And is it accurate to say that the overtopping of the interchange at 36 and Table Mesa is a combination of Veely Channel overflow and South Boulder Creek overflow?
There could be some contribution from Veely flow, but the Veely drainage basin is so minor. That's actually why compared to the South Boulder Creek drainage basin, and there is actually a little there's extra capacity in Veely channel, the way it's configured during a 100-year flood, but to be able to utilize that capacity, we have to detain the flows that we put into Veely channel. So that's why we need this detention facility upstream and why we're still discharging to Veely channel rather than proposing a pipe to South Boulder Creek or anything. We're trying to utilize that additional capacity within Veely channel, but we have to do it in a way that we're not adding to the risk in Veely channel. Okay. Great. Okay, so my last question. So thanks for sticking with me through all of this. I know it's a lot, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of really good questions. I can hear them already, so I appreciate everybody paying attention and really being able to follow. So the last point that we talked about with which Joe just mentioned was really when we were talking to the advisory group was, do we stop if we need infrastructure on open space? And I think what we heard from the advisory group was we would like to know what that looks like. And we want to be able to compare that. Similar to the motion from September of 2019 was really develop a side-by-side comparison to the variant 1 100-year option. So I'm just going to go through that now. So I think everybody knows now, I've hopefully said it enough, but really a key point in this flood is really that channel upstream of US 36. So I think that's really important area. Even if we detain that State Highway 93 split flow, that's where the flooding's coming from. It's actually coming down the main channel of South Boulder Creek and then leaving its channel just upstream of US 36. So really that has to be a focus on how do we cut that flow off? So this is what we proposed, and this was kind of what we thought we could do to limit our impacts to OSMP resources. This was our upstream concept. So I'm just going to point out some of the key design features and also just point out some of the additional work we did as part of this most recent analysis. So some of the key ones that we've already talked about are really that inflow rundown. So you can see that called out. That's really encouraging the flow into an upstream storage facility. And then our upstream storage facility. So it's no longer just a line on a map. We actually looked at that as if that is going to operate as a high hazard dam, what would it take to make that operate as a high hazard dam? So that really comes into a section of earthen embankment. And then it would transition to a RCC dam. So that's roller compacted concrete. So for all intensive purposes, that's a concrete dam. And we need to transition to a concrete dam because that portion of the dam actually has to serve as our spillway as well back to South Boulder Creek. And the fact that we're in the middle of an alluvial floodplain, that structure needs to be robust enough that it can withstand flow on both sides, scour on both sides, flow coming in as well as going out. Just the location of it is pretty awkward. So it takes quite a bit to be able to make that work as a dam, but also as a spillway. Then we have our outlet works. So shown in yellow here. So this is really taking that pipe, so detaining that flow, releasing it in a controlled manner to Veely channel to really try and utilize that excess capacity we have in Veely to ultimately get the water back to South Boulder Creek. And then the elements that we proposed on the OSMP property was really, we talked about doing a levee essentially. So a levee to cut off that flow path that we've talked about. We thought that was the most minimally invasive option we could try and do. And it also would try and utilize that extra capacity that we've gained under the US 36 bridge as well. And then the next thing you'll see is this grade control structure. So really one of the charges is we want to make sure whatever we're proposing here would be as reliable in a 100-year flood as the variant 1 100-year configuration. So really this grade control structure is really creating a control point in the floodplain that would ensure that what we've modeled as flow paths would maintain flow paths in 100 years. So if there was any scour or head cutting in the main channel, really we can't have flow from the main channel connect to our inflow rundown, or flow bypasses our detention facility, and we're in big trouble at that point. That's probably the best way I can describe it. So that grade control structure would need to go to bedrock, is what we're assuming at this stage in the design, and also would need a groundwater conveyance system similar to what variant 100 would need to be, so we don't have any impacts to the groundwater conditions on the site.
And Brandon, just to be clear, as you said, that goes to bedrock. It rises up basically to the level of the ground, and that's all. But that's what prevents erosion of new channels.
Yes. So essentially there's construction impacts associated with that structure, but it would create a concrete cap that would ultimately be at kind of the existing elevation across the floodplain through there, but it would tie into our dam to give us that consistent cross section across the full floodplain. Okay. I'm gonna click through. So as I mentioned, I just wanted to show this slide again because to me, we are in a different type of floodplain when we get into this section of South Boulder Creek. So you'll see the headwater, the upper, the middle. If you're familiar with El Dorado Canyon State Park, which I know you guys are, you're involved in that trail work going on out there. You think about El Dorado Canyon and there's rock everywhere, right? And it's very steep. It is kind of that last section of foothills, kind of main mountainous stream. And as we leave that section, the valley flattens out, the grades get much flatter. And that's actually what's contributed to the types of soils we have here. So we're seeing a lot of the soil carried out of the mountains historically has been deposited here. So we have sand, alluvium, and so there is risk of erosion in this floodplain. And this is really where our project area is, where we're talking about. There's a green circle that just popped up there. So it's in that lower portion of the floodplain, quite a bit ways from the foothills. And then this is just another map, but this is showing the geology. So the yellow on the right-hand side, this is a geologic map, is just showing where the alluvial soils are on the site. So you can see they pretty much cover the floodplain in the area we're talking about. And then to kind of bring this all back, I think is super valuable. So I did just want to touch on variant 100. So I think really we want to compare that configuration that we just put together to the variant 100. And really for the open space board, we want to compare it in terms of impacts to open space resources. So I think Don's going to talk about that a little bit, but the variant 1 configuration really has that flood wall along US 36, which has impacts to wet meadows, Ute Lady Truss Orchid, Preble's Meadow Jumping Mouse. That's been the discussion of a few of our board meetings. But then the earthen embankment and the outlet works all sit on the CU South property. So we did develop a project team concept. That's the concept we developed and kind of evaluated. And that's where we kind of ended the advisory group and our work. And we presented that. I'm just going to make sure. Yeah, and then I am going to turn it over to Don to talk about environmental considerations, and maybe this is a stopping point, or if there's questions or whatever you guys would like to do.
Anybody have a quick question before we break? Seeing none. We will stand in recess until 8:25, and then we'll have Don start presenting. Thank you, Brandon.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey. Was that you, Don?
Yeah, are you sharing your screen right now?
I am.
Could you stop? I'm going to try to project. I'm not sure it'll work. If not, I might just have you project.
Sure.
And I'll...
I got the remote control button on here too, Don. So I'll stop and then you can go ahead and share.
Okay.
There you go.
So we are now in session again, and I guess we're turning it over to Don D'Amico. Thank you, Don.
Great, thank you very much. Well, I'll try to follow up Brandon's very technical presentation with something a little bit more visually appealing anyway, to some of us anyway. I'll share my screen here.
We want to see your face, Don, so you got to be visually appealing.
Oh my gosh. Well, you're going to see the whole screen. You can see the environmental considerations slide up there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll get started. So we analyzed both the variant 1 100-year design and the upstream concepts, as Brandon mentioned, to evaluate and compare the impacts to ecological resources on OSMP land and also on other lands, including impacts to wetlands and endangered species habitat. And so this was done really to answer this second half of that fourth question from your June 3rd motion about evaluating any impacts to open space from an upstream configuration. So a little background. Both projects would occur in the South Boulder Creek natural area, shown here in tan. Can you see that bright red cursor there?
Yes.
So the South Boulder Creek natural area is shown in this tan area, and just to point out a couple of features to orient you. North is up on this slide. This diagonal line here is US 36. South Boulder Creek flows from south to north through the state natural area. And then here's the CU property with the portion of the CU South property that protrudes out pretty far into the South Boulder Creek floodplain. And a state natural area is a designation given by the Colorado Natural Areas Program, given to outstanding examples of Colorado's natural features and ecosystems. The South Boulder Creek floodplain qualified as a state natural area because of the presence of a number of important and rare biological resources, including those you see here. And I'll go through these and kind of explain them. In the lower left oval, you'll see high quality wetlands of the South Boulder Creek floodplain that are among the best preserved and most ecologically significant in the Boulder Valley. They include riparian forests made up largely of plains cottonwood trees, also willow shrublands, freshwater marshes, and wet meadows. And several of these wetland types provide refuge for rare species such as prevalent meadow jumping mice and Euclides tresses orchid. The next oval you see there in the middle, the music tallgrass prairie, is intermixed with wetlands in the floodplain and is considered to be one of the most endangered plant communities actually in the world. Open space land contains some of the highest quality remaining tallgrass prairie in the state and actually throughout the region. The South Boulder Creek floodplain also supports some of our richest agricultural lands on the system, with cattle grazing and hay production of primary agricultural uses. A lot of this land is flood irrigated with long-standing and very senior water rights, and has an irrigation infrastructure throughout the area that distributes those water rights across the landscape. So these habitats, the ones across the bottom in turn support the species you see in the top row, including you've heard a lot about Preble's meadow jumping mice. That's a species that's listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. And field surveys that open space staff and also external researchers have done have found extremely high densities of Preble's in the South Boulder Creek floodplain. It's one of the highest densities of mice found anywhere within their range. And as a result, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service designated critical habitat along South Boulder Creek as occurring 140 meters, about 450 feet out from the center line of the creek on either side of the channel. In addition to this, the habitat within this critical habitat area, Preble's use areas further from the stream, including the irrigated fields, ditch corridors, which they're particularly fond of, and also the upland grassland. The next image you see there of Euclid's Trusses orchid, that's a wetland plant that's also designated as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. And populations of the orchid on open space lands are among the largest and most important to the conservation of this species throughout its range. The largest population on open space is found just south of US 36, where this mosaic of kind of a mesic bluestem prairie and wetlands occurs. Northern leopard frogs are an amphibian species in pretty steep decline in the western US. They're suffering local extinctions in some areas, including in the Boulder Valley and all up and down the Front Range. For a number of reasons, but they're classified as a species of interest in 9 western states, and they're also considered sensitive by the Bureau of Land Management and the US Forest Service. The wet meadows and the tall grass along the creek and the floodplain provide habitat for bobolinks. They are a grassland nesting bird species that's actually in decline, like a lot of neotropical migrant birds. But this species is also considered vulnerable to extirpation by the Colorado Natural Heritage Program, and also a rare breeding species in the Boulder County Comp Plan. And lastly, in the upper right, Plains top minnow. It's a native fish that's unfortunately also in decline in Colorado, and it's a state species of special concern, and they've been documented in South Boulder Creek, upstream and downstream of US 36. There's a large population right where the Veely Channel comes into South Boulder Creek, downstream of South Boulder Road. So looking at this map, you can see the resources I just described occur throughout the floodplain, and both projects would impact the same resources, although in different areas, in different locations, and at different levels. It really isn't important to remember or memorize where all these resources are on the map. This is really just meant to show that they occur in a really complex mosaic throughout the floodplain, determined mostly by soils and hydrology. The number of rare species and the ecological communities that exist in the floodplain also demonstrate that it really still is a fairly high functioning ecosystem, despite being in a relatively urban environment. It's got there's a major highway that runs through the middle of it, and other development kind of hemming it in and surrounding it on all sides. So, as you know, floodplains, they're not static systems. They're really dynamic. They're disturbance dependent. Stream channels migrate, floods distribute and redistribute sediment, nutrients, all kinds of stuff, organisms all over the floodplain, depending on flood events and disturbance events. And these contribute to the complexity of habitats that are found in riparian areas like this, riparian floodplain. So turning to the projects themselves, the variant 1 100-year design shown here will impact resources along US 36 where the flood wall will be located. That's that skinny red line just on the south side of US 36 right here. And project impacts from this project are expected to be limited to this area only. There wouldn't be any other flood infrastructure located on open space land, except for the groundwater conveyance system that would be directly under the wall. This area does contain wetlands, tall grass prairie, orchids, pebbles, all that habitat that I mentioned earlier, and I'll talk about those a little bit more in a minute. The upstream option shown here includes the grade control structure that extends from the dam spillway across South Boulder Creek and ties into high ground on the east side of the creek. It includes the levee that extends up from US 36 and ties into the earthen dam, and then also this roller compacted concrete dam and spillway that forms the eastern edge of the detention area on the CU South property. So, Brandon talked a little about the grade control structure. It would be at the ground surface, so it wouldn't extend above the ground surface. It would require excavation to bedrock and also a groundwater conveyance system. And although most of the structure would be buried, the areas that are impacted by the structure may be difficult to restore, really to pre-construction conditions that support these habitats. This would largely be due to the lack of any significant soil on top that we could actually put on top of the structure. As Brandon mentioned, it would be probably concrete or some hardened surface right up to the existing ground surface, which would make it really difficult to get wetland and music grassland vegetation and also woody shrubs and trees to grow there. So as a result, pebbles and orchid habitat would likely be permanently impacted, as well as the other resources I've talked about. And I think I've mentioned this a number of times in past presentations, but mitigation for Euclid Trusses orchid has not been shown to be terribly successful when their habitat is heavily disturbed. It has colonized kind of opportunistically in some areas, but there hasn't been a good track record of success when the species is, mitigation and restoration for that species is actually planned and implemented. So the upstream concept would also require the levee I mentioned. It would extend across open space from US 36 up to the earthen dam. And it would have basically the same impacts to the same resources as the flood wall for the variant 1 design. But in addition, and this is really important, from our perspective, it would contribute to the fragmentation of habitat because it would bisect resources and habitat throughout the floodplain. So more specifically, Preble's critical habitat would be fragmented by the levee, effectively cutting off access to nesting and foraging habitat for the mouse on about 45 acres of open space land west of the berm, shown here in this red highlighted area. Fragmentation of the same areas, wetlands, music tallgrass, orchid habitat, and northern leopard frog habitat would also occur. Grazing lands west of the berm would be more difficult to access by our lessees and would adversely affect our ability to irrigate on both sides of the levee and prescriptively graze to manage weeds and manage the vegetation, the desirable vegetation that we manage for in that area. As you know, the variant 1 100-year design proposes removing the existing CU levee to reconnect the historic floodplain and reduce fragmentation of habitat between open space property to the east of the OSO designated land on the CU property and the CU land. So the dam spillway component of the upstream concept would really negate the benefits because it would require more or less the same type of structure in the same location as the existing CU levee. So it would negate the benefits of removing that levee and would reduce any potential ecological connectivity between these two areas that would be possible if that land was available and not fragmented by this big flood structure. Also using the OSO land on the CU property for a large dam and flood detention would eliminate a lot of the on-site mitigation and larger scale restoration opportunities associated with removing the levee. And at the June 3rd public meeting, you all expressed a desire to mitigate in the immediate project area as much as possible, basically on site. So we did calculate the direct total impacts defined as the actual footprints of all these structures to resources from both projects, regardless of ownership, as well as impacts to resources on OSMP land only. So the values in this table represent the acreages of wetlands, open water, prebbles, and orchid habitat impacted by the structures that would need to be built as part of each project. And in a nutshell, what it shows is that the Variant 1 100-year design has similar direct environmental impacts to open space resources as the upstream option, but the upstream option has greater overall environmental impacts as compared to the Variant 1 100-year design. I'll explain that more in the next couple of slides. So, for example, the total impacts you see in this red highlighted area, the total impacts to wetlands from Variant 1 design are 7.7 acres, while the total impact to wetlands from the upstream concept are more than twice that, about 16 acres. The other information in this red area, impacts to open space resources from the two projects are similar, about 2.9 projected for the Variant 1 design and 2.5 acres for the upstream concept. The same goes for impacts to prebbles habitat. The Variant 1 100 design would have 3.9 acres of total impacts to prebbles, while the upstream project would have quite a bit more, 13.4 acres of impacts. And then looking at the impacts to OSMP land only, it's 3.9 versus 3.5 acres from the Variant 100 and the upstream concept. And then finally, Ladies Trusses orchid habitat would be impacted similarly, 2.5 acres of impacts from Variant 1 versus 7.1 acres from the upstream concept. However, you'll see that the impacts to orchid habitat on OSMP would be greater with the Variant 1, 1.7 acres versus the 1 acre potential impacts from the upstream option. Having said that, the Variant 1 option does provide some opportunities, more opportunities to further reduce impacts on OSMP land that are not reflected in this table. So these numbers are based on the current Variant 1 100-year project design that has the flood wall extending all the way down to South Boulder Creek. Brandon and his team are looking hard at trying to tie in the flood wall into US 36 further west, potentially up to 300 feet west of the creek. And this would take that structure mostly out of Prebbles critical habitat and reduce the impacts to other resources. Real rough back of the napkin calculation, if we took it about 300 feet west, it would reduce impacts up to about 0.6 acres. So to wrap things up, as I've hopefully demonstrated, the upstream project has a greater risk and more impacts due to more potential impacts due to habitat fragmentation, loss of floodplain connectivity, and reduced opportunities for mitigation and restoration than the variant 1 100-year design. Looking at this table here, you see that fragmentation is greater with the upstream option, whereas in the with the variant 1 design, because the flood wall is right up against US 36, there really isn't habitat to fragment. There is habitat that will be impacted, but fragmentation is much less of an issue with the variant 1 flood wall. Mostly because of the need for a dam and a spillway for the upstream design, and because the OSO area on CU property would be used for flood detention, opportunities for on-site restoration and mitigation in that area are not really available with the upstream option, or they're very limited. And both projects are similar in that they require a groundwater conveyance system. While the grade control structure that is part of the upstream option would impact the South Boulder Creek channel, the variant 1 design doesn't cross the creek and obviously wouldn't impact South Boulder Creek directly. There are significant wetlands, willow shrublands, cottonwood stands, and even crossing the creek with the grade control structure could impact the channel itself by kind of locking it in place and having one more hardened feature in the channel that prevents that dynamic movement, that channel migration that is typical of these streams. So that concludes my part of the presentation. Happy to answer any questions, or I can turn it back over to Joe right now to wrap things up.
So if we conclude this, Kurt, Joe's got some concluding remarks, and then we could move on to the other components, which is public comment, and then going back to the board for more questions.
Yeah, I think that will work fine. But let's hear from Joe first.
Sure. Was there another slide coming here, Don? Excuse me. So at the beginning, I talked about, we would look at the flow split at 93. What would happen if we captured all of that with the upstream concept that was generally studied back in 2018. We modeled that. It wasn't enough to keep US 36 from overtopping. And so we took another step to say, what is staff's best concept to how could we make an upstream option work? And we can. There would be some structures on open space. We had the grade control structure, and we tried to make that as less impactful as we could, just by making it go to the grade and kind of blend in with the surrounding terrain, and then the levee to down by US 36 to keep the water from heading down towards the Table Mesa Park and Ride and overtopping and hitting the West Valley. So I think we determined that there's a feasible upstream concept. And when we look at City Council's criteria, we found that it was more expensive. We could make it as effective in terms of flood design. And then you just heard from Don kind of a summary of the environmental aspects, and you see that all captured here. I think this table's self-explanatory. I mentioned at the beginning that the Open Space Board has long asked for a side-by-side comparison, and so based on the work that we've done, you can see what that looks like. And so that I guess brings us to a point where if the board has clarifying questions, or Dan, I don't know if you had anything to add to that, but I think that concludes what we intended to present. Really appreciate the engagement of, again, Karen and Kurt and the other board members and council members on the advisory group, and the several meetings, office hours, a lot of time spent with us. Really appreciate you bearing with us tonight through a fairly detailed presentation. We kind of breaking our own rules here of how long we like our presentations. There's just so much to understand, and also would like to express appreciation to Dan and the open space team and Brandon and others for all the work that went into this. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dan or to the board if you have questions.
Yeah, Kurt, I guess the only thing I would add, which doesn't have to be now, it could be later, is we also included a series of questions in the memo
right,
to consider that we worked through. We wanted to daylight those questions as a concept to work through in the memo, but we're thinking that those would be the type of questions that we would deliberate on and work through in December. So, but by having the benefit of looking at those questions ahead of time, we're hoping when we get back into board clarifying questions after the comment, the intent would be is where is there still some lack of clarity? Where could we bring some additional information given the amount of time there would be to produce new information that would help the board be able to work through those series of questions. So as we're kind of think about that December meeting and whether or not you have questions for us at this point in regards to the information we've already presented, where there's a little bit of lack of clarity, or perhaps is there anything that we could build on in the information we provided that would be helpful for you in December to work through those questions, with the caveat that there's only a few weeks away and we won't be able to produce new model runs and all that, but we could take existing information and see where we could build it out if that would be helpful to the board.
You bet, Dan, thanks. And we will, after the public hearing, we'll have time to do additional clarifying questions, but we will also go through the whole report to get people's thoughts, and that would include any comments we have about the questions. But I think in consideration of the public at this point, it makes sense. They've heard the whole presentation. They have heard a lot of clarifying questions, if not all of them. And I think we should go to the public hearing at this point. So Allison, we appreciate your help. And maybe you could go back to the matrix view, whoever is running the power. There we go. Great. Hi, folks. So Allison, how many?
We have 3 people signed up ahead of time, but we'll open it up now. So if you want to raise your hand to get in line to speak, if you go to the participation icon, probably at the bottom of your screen, and open that participants box, then you'll see a little button at the bottom to raise your hand. And if I see raised hands, I will go in the order that I see them. And if you've called in by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, but I will need a full name before I can unmute you. So if you've called in and it's just a phone number or it just says iPhone, could you please text 720-576-8593 and I can rename you. If I don't have a full name, unfortunately for security reasons, I cannot unmute you. I think that covers everything. So.
Okay, so I think we're going to assume that we're not going to have huge multiples of the 3 that we already have. And so I think we can give each person 3 minutes.
Okay. So I have Margaret, Peter, and Jim. And please, when I unmute you, say your first and last name, and then the timer will start when you start your comments. So let's start with Margaret Lecom. Let me find you now in this long, this long list. Okay. So Margaret, you are now unmuted.
Can you, excuse me, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I am Margaret LeCompte, and I'm representing Save South Boulder, a coalition of neighborhood groups, all affected by this project. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to thank the staff for providing the long requested detailed analysis of upstream detention options. We're finally closing in on a comparison between upstream detention options and the Variant 1 100-year flood design, with detailing originally provided only for the Variant 1 design. I do have some concerns, though. The first table, which follows the diagram of the new proposed upstream option, is quite clear in its comparison. It's real numeric data facilitates, excuse me, real numeric data facilitates comparing the upstream option with Variant 1 on a variety of factors, including impact on the acreage of open space and threatened species habitat. This is the kind of detail that's really needed. Unfortunately, the next tables display no numeric data at all. Rather, they only display differences between the upstream variant and upstream option and Variant 1 in terms of color codes, light to dark blue, and words expressing imprecise qualities: high, medium, low, largest, smallest, most, and least. This kind of reporting tells us very little about exact differences. How high is high? And how much less than high is medium? How many acres does dark blue represent, and how many fewer acres does the lighter blue represent? What's the baseline number or quantity for any of the colors or words? Color coding and descriptive quantification are imprecise methods for presenting information. They can give a rough idea of difference, but they can't show precise differences. They hide nuances, and they can magnify small differences or disguise large differences, distorting significant factors that are important for choosing wisely between alternatives. They can't be used to make precise, decisive comparisons between options. The city's already paid for studies that produce real numbers. The city staff have been studying them for months, so we know the data we need really exist. So we ask the city staff to create new tables using these detailed, factual, numeric results for use in the December deliberations of the Open Space Board of Trustees, rather than imprecise color codes or descriptive quantification. We're trying to make decisions on a $60 million to $100 million flood project. Maps and project descriptions are useful, but no decisions of this magnitude should be made without tables showing detailed side-by-side, data-based numeric comparisons. And we look forward to seeing them. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Margaret.
Okay, next we have Peter Mayer. And okay, Peter, you're now unmuted.
Hi, this is Peter. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you so much to the Open Space Board members for asking these questions and for requesting this additional analysis. And thanks very much to the staff for really the outstanding presentation tonight. It was really very illuminating. Honestly, I wish I had additional time before I had to give verbal comments. But you know, I think I did want to go back a little further in history than Joe Tadiucci went back to, because I think it is important to realize that you are not the first board in Boulder to grapple with this issue and with the flood management. This really goes back to 1996 when CU purchased the gravel mine. And at that point, there was great concern about flood management, and the city created an independent review panel led by Gilbert White, who was one of the most eminent floodplain management experts in the nation, who happened to be from Boulder. He also worked at CU, and he was quite critical of the university's behavior around the whole thing. So he came up with a set of principles related to floodplain management in general, but certainly applied to CU South in the IRP report. And looking at that, I wanted to compare how we're doing today versus what he recommended back in 2001 in his report. And actually, there were three key points. The first was that the benefits and costs of all the floodplain functions should be considered as the solutions. And that includes the natural beneficial functions as well as the physical and the other aspects. That one I would say we've got checked off. The second one is that floodplain issues should be addressed from the perspective of the entire contributing watershed, and the problem should be dealt with on an entire watershed basis. Well, I appreciate we're thinking about it from a watershed. We had some excellent slides showing the whole watershed. I do not think we have a solution that we're looking at tonight that includes the entire watershed. And finally, the third point was that a range of floodplain management tools be used to address flooding problems, and that they look and assess for floods up to a 500-year frequency. And sadly, that's where we're really falling down the most. Because every time when I see the analysis of the 100-year flood, I just read what Gilbert said, that most damage in floods occurs from floods greater than the 100-year. And so I scratch my head and I say, we're going to spend a lot of money here, and I just wonder how much protection we're going to really end up with. I'm out of time. Thank you all so much for your hard work on this issue.
Peter, thank you. And we'll just remind again that there will be time for general public comment in December if you've got more things to say. Thank you.
Okay, and last up, we have Jim McMillan. And let's see, Jim, you should now be unmuted.
I think you can hear me?
Yes.
Great. I guess my name is Jim McMillan, live in South Boulder. I want to also echo the remarks of both Margaret and Peter in commending everyone for going further and actually getting into beginning an upstream solution analysis. I think what's been done is limited in scope, has been mentioned, and the details, the actual underlying data is not yet provided. As Margaret alluded to, the tables 2 and 3 are qualitative information, and we can't see the numbers underneath them. And the Open Space Board of Trustees specifically asked for an analysis that allowed a data-driven deliberation. And I think they're still missing the key data that they really need. There's pros and cons to everything, but lumping environmental impacts all together is not fair. It's not appropriate. And as the table showed, and it's not a huge impact, but there's actually less impact to critical species with on the open space mountain parks lands by the upstream solution. I also really, nothing has been done. It was one of the statements that I really take umbrage with is the fact that it's similar groundwater conveyance. The variant 1 conveyance, water conveyance, is a flood wall that is perpendicular to the flow of the water, and it's a long flood wall. And so you're really cutting off flow to the north side of 36, and we have not guaranteed that that will work at all. The structure that's proposed in the upstream solution, while there is some fragmentation discussed, it's parallel to the water flow. And so I would think that the threat to the larger space on the north side of 36 would be considerably less in that kind of design. It would also not have the gateway mitigation impacts that a large flood wall, even if it's 300 feet shorter, would impose. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to improve the analysis, or at least the details that are released to the public, as Margaret alluded to. I would also ask about the sensitivity, the quality of the flood of the model runs. I saw some dates that were 20 years old at the bottom of some of the graphs, and I just wonder. I also saw the topology of the berm removal, and I wonder how sensitive that is to the grading that's done, and if significant differences in the outputs could be achieved with subtle variations. So again, I really thank everybody for the extra effort. I thank you all for your community service, especially the board. And I hope you get additional data to facilitate a data-driven deliberations. Thank you again.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, I don't see any other hands.
Oh, okay, Allison. There we go. Well, thank you again to staff for all your presentations. I think I will continue to entertain clarifying questions from staff, but I think pretty soon we will turn to the report itself. And just to reiterate, I think Dan and Ted or Joe both said this, that this is a report that will go to council ultimately. The two departments are seeking our input to it and our evaluation of it in December. But this is our opportunity to say, as some of the commenters said, well, this presentation could be made more clear if you added this and general ways to improve the report. So first, does anybody have any more clarifying questions for staff, either open space or utilities? Yes, Caroline.
Yeah. Brandon, thank you for the presentation and all the time that it took to get that together. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to better understand this part because I know that you were just, trying to get through the presentation. But when Hal asked about that yellow line that was furthest to the left and it tying into the elevation line, you started speaking and then you corrected yourself and said that what we were looking at was actually a video of the modeling runs versus what you had stated first and corrected yourself. So I just want to better understand the terminology of what the difference is between video of the modeling runs and then what you had first said.
Sure. Yeah. So the model itself is it's got a lot going on. I've been into the model, so there's a ton of spreadsheets and files that are all inputs essentially to the model and hydrology, and then we can run the model and it runs all they're very kind of common hydraulic calculations to figure out where flow's going and where the depths are and where the velocities are. So when I said that, the model itself is probably a lot more complex. So it's everything that builds up into those videos. So those videos are just representing kind of all the numerical calculations that are going on in the background. And once I dove into Mike Flood, it's very similar. So the water and the properties of water have not changed very much in the last 100 years. So once you learn them and understand them, that's what's going on in the background. And then the videos are just a representation of that.
So Brandon, I think what you're saying is the video is kind of an output of the model. And I think the point you were making was you didn't have Mike Flood open on your computer and you weren't running that. The Mike Flood creates an output file that's a video and you were showing the board that, right?
Yep.
How long does Mike Flood have to run to produce that output? I bet it's not real time.
It's not very long. It takes me maybe about 5 minutes on my computer, just because the model's already been developed and put together. So I can get those, that's something we found with the advisory group is those videos, we can look at specific areas to help answer questions. We can look at specific times during the flow. We can look at specific flow paths. So having that availability in the model is it's great. It's actually great to be able to answer questions and to be able to show people things of what's going on.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Coons.
Thanks. I am unmuted finally. Thanks, Brandon and Don, for, I thought, a very good presentation, and we appreciate it. From my perspective, in all of these scenarios now, the importance of the Veely channel, I think, has been underestimated. And so one of my clarifying questions is, what is the capacity of the Veely Channel, and how much of that capacity was used in the 2013 flood, and how much then excess capacity is there to convey additional water? Because in all of variant 1 plus the upstream alternative, the Veely Channel figures pretty prominently in, conveyance of the floodwater. And I think it's important for us to better understand what its contribution is to the mitigation effort. The other thing I do appreciate, although I am not very happy with the results of the upstream alternative analysis, but I do appreciate the extent that everyone put into it. And I think what it shows to me is that we don't want structures built on open space. And so if the only way we have an upstream alternative is to have structures built on open space, then from my perspective, that's not a viable option. So I do appreciate the fact that I think the information that's being presented certainly helps us understand better, what it would take to have an alternative to variant 1. The other thing I wanted to ask,
Dave, did you want to let him answer your first question about, I think it was, what's the excess capacity in Veely Channel during the flood?
Sure. If you know, that would be great.
Yeah, it's of course, with all of this modeling, it's always a tricky answer. We do know so what the detention is getting us, and I think we could probably expand on this for the December meeting as well, but what the detention is getting us is actually allowing the release into Veely Channel to be controlled, to actually not release that full flow into Veely Channel. So we have found when we are doing the variant 1 analysis and trying to maintain the flow under the US 36 bridge, Veely Channel does have a limited capacity. Before we start flooding Veely Channel, and then Veely Channel floods the homes downstream of Veely Channel. So we found that magic number. I don't have it right offhand because I don't have all my variant 1 design documents up, but I think we could definitely comment on that for the December meeting. And it's not unlimited. I think you're exactly right in your interpretation. Veely is a really critical hydraulic component of any design involving detention, because that's ultimately our discharge point. And we got to make sure Veely can handle whatever we would discharge to it. So I don't have the exact number, but I know we can pull it up relatively easily from what we have.
Brandon, would that be information that we could make available in a memo, in time for a memo, as opposed to a presentation?
Yeah, I think it would be something we would want to get to the board. And Joe, you just stop me if I'm speaking out of turn, but yeah, I think it's definitely information we could get to the board in advance of the meeting. Okay. And also depending on what other questions come up, if there's any other information that we could try and pull together in advance of that December meeting. I hopefully we did make a really concerted effort to get this memo out in a timely fashion so you guys could review it before the meeting. So we would like to do something like that for December as well, even though it's right around the corner.
Yeah, and I would think we can certainly answer questions like Dave's before December, and I would agree with Dan. We probably don't have time to, study different concepts or do different model runs. There's probably no end to that type of question. I want to make sure I understand Dave's question. Dave, are you focused on the pipes that go under US 36 when you talk about the Veely Channel and that portion of it, or are you talking about the open channel part itself?
Both. I guess what would be helpful for me, and I don't know for the other board members, but would be to better understand the role of the Veely Channel in the conveyance of floodwater. And what I was going to say, from my perspective, putting a pipe in the Veely Channel to disseminate or take floodwater is a little different than what I think Karen was trying to say about additional culverts under 36, which would then convey water across the landscape. And as Brandon pointed out, that the topography trends toward the Veely Channel. And so what would be very interesting for me to know how much of that water that's flowing on the west side of 36 after overtopping the South Boulder Creek Channel, if there were additional culverts under 36 on that drier kind of, I don't know whether it's more upland, but that somewhat drier grassland on the east side, how much water do we think that could take and be conveyed into the Veely Channel? So I'm asking to kind of get out of the sideboards of variant 1 at this point and look at the capacity or potential of Veely Channel in kind of a little different way.
Got it.
So the other thing I was going to ask, and this is just kind of probably more for discussion at this point, but hypothetically, Brandon, have we looked at what role the CU South property would have if it were completely undeveloped? If the city had acquired it from the Flatirons Gravel Company in 1996, what would its role in the floodplain? Now, this is removal of the berm, and kind of doing a number of those things which return it theoretically to more of a natural function. But what would that role be in a 100-year flood or a 500-year flood without any of the development or any of the subsequent activity that took place and post gravel or Flatirons ownership and removal of the berm? Have we looked at that and to see, kind of evaluate what its flood relationship would be?
Yeah, and I'm just going to kind of reframe your question, but in the existing conditions, if we just remove the berm, what does that do to the flooding? Is that the question, or is there any infrastructure associated with that?
No, there's no infrastructure. If the city had acquired that property in 1996 and had done nothing to it except remove the existing berm, what function would that have in our determination of 100-year floods?
Right.
How would that?
Oh, sorry.
Just how would that function?
Right. Yeah. So what we found actually, and I think I've mentioned it before, even though that area has been mined out, it is essentially a three-sided bucket. So there's actually no naturally occurring detention aside from kind of those existing groundwater ponds that you see out there on the property today. So if you solely remove the berm and allow water to enter that gravel pit, it's actually trending and the way the grade is, it's actually forcing more water to more quickly report to the West Valley overflow. So you see really similar flow volumes at the West Valley, but it actually gets there just a little bit quicker. So it actually doesn't have much of an impact because there's no naturally occurring detention on that site to take advantage of.
So would there be then any benefit for additional transportation of water under 36 again to the east side, and again using the Veely Channel as the target or receptacle for that water? Have we looked at kind of what that would, what the potential for that would be?
We have not looked at the potential for conveyance under 36 to Veely aside from the outlet tunnels. So we've really tried number one, I think some of the cost associated with this structure, just the dam portion of it, is so great. We really got to try to take advantage of some of the fact that the bridge does have additional capacity with storage of that. So that's where the levee comes into play. So rather than creating tunnels or anything like that, we found the levee to potentially be the most efficient way to do that. So we haven't considered conveyance under US 36.
Dave, if I understand your question, I mean, my sense of it is that Veely Channel can't convey very much of the flood. I mean, the flood dwarfs the Veely Channel capacity. They're not using it to convey the flood. They're using it to be the way to release water after the flood from the detention structure. And that can be controlled, you know, with valves to make sure that you're just meeting the capacity of Veely Channel.
Well, I understand. I just am envisioning the detention structure to be primarily US 36, and the release of that water as it flows along the western side of 36 as, you know, the release function, I guess. And so I don't know. I'm just, the concern I have is that when you, and I don't mean this pejoratively, but when you ask engineers to solve problems, what they generally do is build structures. And so what I'm wondering is if we can't use the natural landscape more effectively than we currently are. And I know that it's been looked at a lot, but one of the things that concerns me is that I think historically the CU South property was part of the South Boulder Creek floodplain. And so it's still, the question is, does it still have any functional capacity? And if so, what is it? And how can we, you know, either most effectively use it or maximize it or whatever? And people may think that we've already done all that and there isn't any solution, but I don't think that we've looked as carefully as we might, simply because it looks like these other solutions are easier, but they're also pretty expensive and pretty destructive. So I'm looking at a less destructive option if we can possibly find one.
So Dave, would it be useful for you to see, and they maybe have already done this run, but what happens when they remove the levee and run the 100-year flood? I mean, because I think that's the closest thing that comes to utilizing the existing floodplain. And would that be helpful to see that?
Yeah, with the addition of looking at, you know, any conveyance potential in addition to the bridge under US 36. And I don't mean, you know, a pipe into Veely Channel per se. I mean using the natural landscape to, you know, assist in that flow over the land, which would then actually end up theoretically in Veely Channel, most of it probably.
I think I understand where you're coming from, Dave, and I think we have done the model runs that Kurt talked about, and we can point to those in answering your question and follow up to this meeting. But I think one of our fundamental flood performance criteria is that we can't make things worse downstream. And so if we, and Brand, now I'm going to turn the tables and Brandon can cut me off if I'm saying anything wrong here. But if there are a number of ways to do solely a conveyance option. Yeah, you could work on the South Boulder Creek channel itself and dig it out and have more capacity. You could put pipes underneath US 36 like you're talking about. If you do that during the flood simulation, you're going to be sending more water downstream in terms of timing than you would with our detention concept. And really, the combination of our flood detention and the outlet works, it's really a combined approach. I remember talking about this once before, where we're we're using a detention component to store some of the water and hold it back, and then it's being released in a controlled way. And that combination of storage and controlled release allows us to keep US 36 from overtopping and protecting the West Valley. And it also doesn't make things worse for anyone on South Boulder Creek downstream or south of US 36. So I think I know where you're going. And Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong in my thinking just on the fly here, but if we did something to increase conveyance and didn't have the additional capacity or features all the way downstream, which is a constraint, we're going to make things worse, and we'll violate.
Right.
FEMA will never approve that.
No, I understand that. I appreciate that. And I certainly am not suggesting that. What I guess, and I don't want to continue to beat this horse that's rapidly dying, but what I'm seeing is I still think 36 is the dam. There is storage behind 36. What we're concerned about is that when that storage overtops 36. So if there's a mechanism to convey water at a sufficient speed to keep it from overtopping, that's something that we should consider. So that's what I'm asking is there a way that, you know, we can get water across under 36 that will keep the flood from overtopping, but not require all the infrastructure in order to do that. And it just struck me that, you know, there is some capacity in Beely Channel, I think. And so what is it and how would that relate to, you know, conveying it? Because conveying the water, because it is a controlled release, Joe. From my perspective, it may not be as controlled as a, you know, a detention structure per se, but it is certainly, it seems to me, controlling it to some degree. The question is the magnitude. You know, is it sufficient to keep from overtopping and sufficient to make sure that, you know, there isn't any further downstream impact. So, anyway, I don't know. I just think there's a conversation that we need to have, however briefly, and make sure that we've looked at the Beely Channel and whatever downstream implications that has before we make a final decision.
Can we take a quick look at the video that Kurt is suggesting without the berm? Do you still have it there, Brandon, on your computer?
I have the ones with the inflow rundown there going in.
The second of the three that Kurt's referring to, right, Kurt?
Yeah, I think that's pretty close. If you've got one with the inflow rundown, but not the storage structure.
There was, I thought you had, Brandon, I thought you had one with the berm removed.
Yes, we don't, I don't have those videos up right now, but we have modeled that with the berm removed. So
I thought you showed that tonight. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I think we did do with the inflow rundown and the detention upstream. That's the one where the water entered the pits, but that's the only one we've had that showed that in a video form.
Okay.
And I will say, you know, there's, as far as reconnecting floodplains, right? Like that's a great way to mitigate floods. I think we would want to do that if we had space and nobody around, right?
Yeah.
So I think variant one, the way I see it, and one of Don's points is really that area behind the CU South levee is historic floodplain, whether it's been mined or not. But if we can utilize that and reconnect that floodplain, it may not give us a 100-year flood benefit, but it will give us an opportunity to tap into some of that benefit we would get from connecting that floodplain. So I think that's to me, that's why that's such a big point. as well, is that OSO and removing the levee and connecting that floodplain. And
Hal, and you're muted, Hal.
Thanks, Brandon and Joe. I really appreciate the detailed work you did in all this. Personally, myself, I could see from our original field trip with you both that we were talking about a very significant amount of infrastructure in any upstream solutions. And I feel like this work does add amply to that. Simultaneously, I hear a lot of public concern about modeling new and additional options. When I want to explain my thinking on that particular thing and why I don't necessarily support it as a use of time. Don's presentation for me went a very long way to display in visual terms the habitat mitigation problems that occur due to that type of infrastructure creation. And I saw it particularly, you can notice it in the flag area of the CU South parcel, the southernmost flag, that essentially it isn't really going to be realistically possible to coax Euclides tress orchids or Preble's jumping mouse around a major flood wall back up into a significant area and that is sort of surrounded on three sides with infrastructure in any way that will meet the environmental criteria that I feel is really kind of important to this board. Simultaneously, in order for me to 100% feel confident about that, I need you to answer a very specific question. And it comes back to that yellow line. Just to say it in one other way for the benefit both of myself and the public. That line in no circumstance or way, shape, or form can be moved any further to the west, or according to how it's been framed, uphill. And additionally, that line and its location was not influenced by the principle of the project of 129 developable acres for CU. Can you confirm that that line was not influenced by that constriction of the project and cannot be moved any further additionally west?
And Hal, I just want to make sure we know what you're talking about. You're talking about a yellow line. Are you talking about figure 1?
I'm talking about the no flow pixelation that has been added in Brandon's model that basically shows where the uphill detainment wall will be that runs abreast CU's property to the on the west side of the OSO.
I think it's the connection to high ground of that of the western wall. There's also
talking about that,
which is shown in yellow, but
that straight line, the one that was the subject, I think, of Caroline's follow-up question. We're talking about that one, right?
Yeah.
Hal, I think you're asking,
yeah,
why didn't we move the red earthen dam farther to the west so that we could store more water? Is that where you're going?
Well, yeah, and specifically for someone to say the location of that part of the model was not influenced by the 129 acreage discussion, and that it is there for a strictly hydrological purpose. If I can be assured of that, then when I look at Don's work, it becomes very clear that the overall mitigation, habitat mitigation, is so materially worse on this type of thing that I really see it as unlikely that additional models or configurations are going to add anything to this conversation.
So my sense is that they constructed this dam to detain all of the westerly flow,
right,
which is what it does. And so, I mean, you could argue about, well, could we move part of the dam one way or the other, but its current configuration accomplishes the hydrologic objective.
So I where I'm headed with this, Joe or Brandon, can you guys confirm that that is the case?
So maybe I can, I'm just going to share screen just because I think you're definitely, it would be valuable at this point. So Let's see here. I'll just do that and I'll highlight. And this does show property boundaries on it as well, Hal. So I think that's going to be helpful in answering your question. And this was a slide we showed earlier on, just the components of the area. And you're talking about this connection down here. And
We're
really,
not seeing it yet, Brandon.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
Brandon, there's a delay. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Let me, while I'm waiting here, I will try and make this pointer stand out if it will. Awesome. So you're talking about this connection right here, Hal, kind of where that follows. So I just want to call attention to the purple line here. So we do still have the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan guiding principles as what we're trying to do. So we've really focused on putting our detention facility on the OSO. So one thing to point out about this actually provides flood protection for a huge portion of the CU South property. So no longer, we're not trying to maintain 129, we're just trying to fit our facility kind of in the land use areas where it might even be able to work. So that's kind of, is that an answer to your question?
Yeah, well, it sounds to me like you cannot confirm that the location of that was put for strictly hydrological purposes. And I point this out to say, this will be the underlying remaining skepticism that surrounds this. I think you've done a very convincing job to explain how the flows work. But I feel like a lot of the community was interested in is a lower level of habitat damaging solution available that preserved health and safety for Boulderites that was uninfluenced by CU's desires for its own development. And so basically, I feel very convinced within the context of the current argument that you made that the habitat mitigation is materially worse and quite bad in this layout. The thing that I struggle with is if it was created within the bounds of a momentary discussion where 129 acres was thrown on the table as some magic number, we still don't really know where it came from, that doesn't assuage the ultimate community's concern that brought us to this discussion. Is that clear?
So I think you could move the earthen dam further to the west, but it wouldn't change, and maybe Don can confirm, or John, it wouldn't change the environmental impact table. I actually think, so one of the points we made early on with the advisory group is that I fear some of the appeal for members of the public to this concept is that it might be perceived that if the city did it this way, it would block the university's annexation plans. And the 129 acres, I don't believe, and Brandon can confirm, that wasn't a limiter on where that western line was drawn. In fact, I think this option would maybe make more space available outside of the dam, but that wasn't driving our decision or how the consultants laid it out. And I will confess, I was not involved in the the real details of those conversations and our layout. But
I think that comment's extremely helpful. What I think I heard you say is even if it moves to the west, it doesn't resolve the discontinuity of habitat problems that exist there.
Yes.
There may be additional capacity for water storage and perhaps flood level safety gains, but from the point of view of OSBT would not change probably the environmental mitigation considerations. Does that feel fair?
That's how I understand it.
Yeah, and if we could elaborate that on that too in the upcoming memo, I've got that one flagged. But I also just want to go back to Kurt's point that you just mentioned, if we shifted it more left, maybe we could increase detention. The point is, with this, we're already detaining the whole west flow, so there is no more detention that is needed. We've solved that. And even if we shifted it to the west, it's the same amount of detention, assuming we could still drive the inflow to a detention that's further west. But I don't think it's a detention issue.
No.
So maybe Hal, the more the question is there an environmental impact benefit from shifting things in a more an amoeba way rather than just the OSO way?
An amoeba way.
Well, you know, like squish it down, move it west, you know, play Play-Doh, play with it a little bit.
Well, I mean, to jump to the answer on that, it seems pretty clear to me that because the eastern wall remains creating the discontinuity, it's really not a material difference.
Yes.
We would still be cutting the floodplain not in half. We would still be cutting the floodplain off. I mean,
okay. I've gone down the rabbit hole on the yellow line long enough. I really do appreciate you framing that. I think it's important to the public to understand the nuances of that. And also the nuances of how the Open Space Board of Trustees is thinking about that. So thank you.
And you got all the way to the amoebas at the bottom of the rabbit hole.
I want to look ahead a little bit just because it's starting to get late.
Kurt, I have a quick question before we leave this general collection of questions. And it has to do about the dam at PKU. And it also has to do with some of the questions, I believe, around the Veely Channel. And on some of these pictures that Brandon's been showing recently, there's no indication about the dam at PKU.
What dam? What dam are you talking about?
The one at the interchange of 36 and Table Mesa.
Oh, the Variant 1 embankment dam.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that dam still there with the upstream option? Because it wasn't shown on the RJH drawing.
No, it is replaced by the levee. So we have reduced the flows in the main channel where you don't need to create detention along US 36 at this point, but we've replaced that with the levee to allow the flow to go to the flow path that is existing there. Yeah.
Okay, so since that extra 272 acres or acre feet or whatever it is would go through the under the bridge, then I'm not sure I understood what you said earlier about that 272 acre feet going through culverts to the north side.
Yes, so there is and this is where we haven't evaluated conveyance, but we would want to look at the capacity of Veely is if we release those flood flows uncontrolled under US 36 there's a potential risk that we could overwhelm Veely Channel as well. And that we're moving our flooding from West Valley now to flooding at Veely, and that's something that's kind of how I see that.
I think Karen's asking, could you replace the little levee, the red levee that goes up to 36, instead by putting large culverts right where the levee meets US 36, basically just to catch the flow that's moving west out of the South Boulder Creek Channel. Is that what you're asking, Karen?
Yeah, I don't know where they'd go because I'm not an engineer, but it seems to me as a biologist that the wet meadow on the north side needs water.
Right. And I mean, as I look at it, I think those culverts would have to be enormous and there would have to be multiples of them, but I'll let the engineer answer the question. You've got what, 200 acre feet going west? And I don't know how you translate that into a rate of flow, but that's what the
Well,
culverts would have to carry.
on some numbers, it's 200 and then it goes down to 120 acre feet. So I'm not sure where it all goes, how much of it
So I will
goes
pull
where.
up that number real quick here.
And while Brandon's looking that up, the function of the levee is to drain the water and send it under the bridge.
I understand that part.
Yep, yep. And so if you took that away and you created culverts or essentially more of an opening, the water's going 90 degrees to that. It's headed towards the West Valley. And so just my impression is you would still need some kind of a feature to drain that water and then make it go into the culverts instead of having it some of it would go through naturally if you made the invert low enough, but some of it would still head west.
Yeah, I guess just my thought is we'd have to consider, do you have to detain those flows? Like, I think if we're interested in getting water across US 36 for habitat purposes, that's one thing. If we're interested in doing it for the flood mitigation, that's a little bit different of an animal. So I would have to chew on that one, I think. Is it just a habitat concern or is it a flood to get rid of the levee as well?
All of the above.
Okay.
I think I've got that question captured pretty good in a series of points. And I think we can probably elaborate on that. I'm speaking for utility staff, but.
A little while ago, I was speaking for your staff, Dan.
That's right.
The other thing that comes to my mind is sort of what forced us into this whole predicament right now, which is CDOT saying no infrastructure in the right of way.
That's right.
Yeah.
One thing we might want to consider is whether a series of culverts to convey floodwaters would be sort of considered, would not violate, but would go against what CDOT told us we can and cannot do.
So I can say for sure to even consider that, we would need to store the upstream portion of the storage facility. So I know that's not
right.
I'm sorry, you would need to what?
So that upstream dam as well and the inflow rundown portion, we would still need that even to consider the culverts under the embankment. So I think I just want to flag that. So I'd be happy to kind of see what I can do about that, but any scenario we look at still includes that portion of the structure.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it was to get rid of the dike that's training the 200 acre feet through the bridge.
Right.
So,
yeah. And the other thing that I keep seeing every time I watch that video is that it looks to me like the water from the Veely Channel is filling up what I call the dam at the interchange before the South Boulder Creek water ever gets there. So in my mind, the water from Veely Channel has a role to play in this whole thing.
Yes, 100% accurate. I think that is true. We recognize that. That's the whole point of doing detention, would be that we would be able to control that water and release it in a fashion as to not impact the flows in Veely. But yes, you are 100% correct.
It's not just the water from South Boulder Creek that overtops the interchange. It's the Veely water plus whatever comes from the creek bed.
Yes, just keep in mind Veely does have a lot of capacity under 36 for the drainage area that it's servicing. So it's a small drainage area. it does have conveyance under US 36, so you won't see it continually flood like South Boulder Creek does because it reports quickly. So that's why you
And-
see it turn blue very quickly, and then it kind of stays blue until the South Boulder Creek waters come over top of it.
And Karen, I don't,
So it's an additive function.
Karen, do you recall that at one point they moved the dam from being on top of Veely Channel? They moved it upstream. So that means no South Boulder Creek waters
Oh, good
reach Veely Channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to start focusing on the report, if that's okay, and have people help me with that. Before we go to a page-by-page discussion, the first thing I want to ask people is, do they have universal or general comments on the report that would improve it? And I'm going to read a couple that I stole from Karen. So, but this is just to give the idea. These apply to more than one place in the report. So the first one is where impacts are assessed or tabulated in tables, separate the impacts to open space lands from impacts to other lands. And then the other thing I would say that goes along with that is be cautious about adding those together. Be sure that the quality of the habitat impacts are the same before you add open space impacts to non-open space impacts. I think that, yeah, go ahead,
So
Dan.
table 1 had them separated, is that, and then, but, so is it referring to table 2 and 3?
No, table 1 had OSMP impacts and then combined impacts.
Yeah.
And I think what I heard Kurt saying is show OSMP impacts as one metric and impacts to CU lands as another.
And that,
Okay.
and that way, Dan, you can drop these percentages, which I think are really confusing because they're percentages of different numbers. You can't really compare them. So you can just show the quantities and not have to show any percentages. I think that'll help. Excuse me, the next general recommendation, I also stole this from Karen, is, and we've heard the public say this too, and I know this is not easy, but I think multiple people have suggested that tables that just use adjectival descriptors don't provide a lot of information. And maybe at some point, if that's what council wants, you can have a separate table that's just adjectives. But I think it's better to always carry the data as much as you can, even if it means having for a particular domain of impact, maybe just showing the most critical numbers. You don't have to show them all, but it will illustrate why you think there's a trend there. So I think that's been suggested multiple times here.
Yeah, I wrote down a couple of ideas that we could maybe show some things, a number of acres as more of a quantitative way, especially when we're dealing with fragmentation, which was a big concern from an open space perspective of, we try to quantify fragmentation acres in some of those tables. Not that we can do it for every single one, but I think we could be more quantitative. And I got a few ideas written down.
Yeah, I think that helps wherever you can. I'm going to continue on my list. Because impacted groundwater is such a critical factor, please show the lengths of each part of the structure that requires groundwater transport and indicate whether it's the same kind of groundwater transport. And of course, do that separately for variant 1 and for the upstream option. That I think you've already got that data.
I missed the first part. Show legs, did you say? Or
Length.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. sorry. You can show your legs too. The last one I've got on my list, and these are more general questions. One of the big differences, it seems to me, between variant 1 and the upstream option is there are a lot of places for the upstream option where there's just no access right now. And my question is, do you feel like your report reflects that if you're going to build the grade control structure, there's no road anywhere near that? And do you feel like your analysis of environmental impacts reflects that? It strikes me as a big difference between the two. Okay, anybody else got general comments before we jump to the page by page? Yeah, Caroline.
I don't know if now is the time to bring this up or what. So sorry for whoever has to answer this if it's wrong. But I feel like it's been a while since we talked about the emergency preparedness, whether that's response drills, warnings, however that goes. And I started thinking about it when we had the fires and how quickly that happened. So again, this might not be the time or have anything to do with exactly what we're speaking about, but if any of that holds weight moving into December or January discussions, or if that would be something that would be put into this, I just wanted to bring that up, as obviously this deals with life and safety and that as well. I feel like no one's talked about that in a while.
I'm happy to respond to that one. But I think it's really important. So I am in the stormwater flood utility. So the people that are in harm's way from a flood are in active siren range. So I know everybody lives in the city. So those sirens are activated based on a pretty robust flood and precipitation monitoring system for the upstream basin on South Boulder Creek. And those floods were tested monthly during flood season. So if you live in the city, I'm sure if you live close to a drainage way, you probably heard them. I heard them at my house. But those are probably the best emergency preparedness we have now. And I also encourage people who do live in floodplains or close to floodways to visit our flood info webpage on the website, so you know how to be prepared. So if you do hear one of those sirens go off, you know what to do, and you know how to be prepared for a flood. So I don't want to ever give the impression that if there's a flood coming, you're never going to hear about it, because there are sirens down there, and there is a robust monitoring system, and also there's resources on the webpage that you can access, so you know how to be prepared if you are in a floodway.
Okay. I just felt like a lot of people are going to be looking at what we put out in the next couple of months. So like you were saying, you can go to the webpage and click on it, but perhaps if there's, a line that just tells people if they're new to town or anything, just how to get to that information.
Yep. No, I appreciate it. I think it's great. Any opportunity we can get out to inform people about flood hazard and danger across the city. We are the #1 flood risk in the state. So it's great for people to be prepared. Yeah.
Thank you, Caroline. If there are no other global suggestions for improving the clarity of the report, I think we can go through the memo page by page. What I would say is, if you're recommending something that's basically editorial, that maybe clarifies the sentence, but is not a significant change, I think we can send those individually in, just to save ourselves time right now. Dan, is that an okay practice, you think?
Sure.
I leave it to each board member to decide which of their comments are really substantive. Okay, page 1, does anybody want to make a substantive suggestion about improving the report's clarity, accuracy, readability? And just raise your hands. Okay, I'm going to page 2. And what I would like to do actually is come back to the discussion questions. They're listed again towards the end, so we'll run into them, but I think it's good to get through the other stuff before we reflect on, do we think these questions are clear? I assume you've all read the questions already, so.
Kurt, I have a question. When you say
Yeah.
page 2, do you happen to have the corresponding PDF page that you're looking at?
Page 20 of 115.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Okay, I'm going on to 3.
Actually, I'll raise my concern, and the reason I asked that question is that I don't know if anyone else is experiencing it, but the levee removal heat map is slowing even my very high performance computer down.
Me too.
And so maybe figuring out a way to take some depth out of that one so that the document's more usable would be a good improvement.
You know, Hal, you bring up something we brought up before, and I would just ask staff again that segregate sections of the, I think it's fine to post the whole thing, but then if you can post segregated pieces, yeah, I've got a monster computer too, and it absolutely choked on the packet. So if you can, please, and I think that'll help the public too. Okay, I'm going on to.
Kurt,
Yeah.
I have
Yes,
something
Karen.
at the top of page 3.
Yeah, good.
And it has to do with the first paragraph where it explains what happened in 2015 and 2018. And for the public, the upstream option was not analyzed beyond a brief concept sketch. The staff had a different view, but in terms of what was presented to the public, it was just a concept sketch, which the consultant said, you know, this is just a sketch we've put together. And apparently, from what I've learned from Brandon and Joe over the last 3 months, staff believed that they knew a lot more about it than was ever conveyed to the public. And I think if that was clarified in the first paragraph there, it would be helpful.
I agree with your description, Karen. I think from the public standpoint, yeah, they never got this sort of detailed analysis.
No.
It was more of a conceptual screening. Okay, anything else on page 3, folks? I'm moving on to page 4.
On the second paragraph under analysis.
Yep.
In the middle of that paragraph, and there's more than one place in this document that this is true, but this is the first place where it talks about the overtopping of 36. And in previous reports, it has said overtopping US 36 and subsequently flooding the West Valley. And I just found that verbiage much clearer.
So you'd be saying overtop US 36 and flooding into the West Valley or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good, thank you. Anything else on page 4?
And then at the next to the last paragraph on that page.
After the third advisory group?
Yes. it talks about preventing the 100-year flood from going into the West Valley, and it doesn't say anything about overtopping 36. And I don't know whether that was omitted on purpose or whether it was just, it's something that needs to be added. It's not clear what happens to the overtopping of 36.
Okay, yeah, that could be put right in there before West Valley flooding. We all take it for granted that everybody knows that, but they don't.
Well, and it may not be true. I don't pretend to know.
Okay, I'm on then to page 5. Okay, going to our favorite figure on page 6, the upstream project concept.
At the bottom of that page,
Yep.
We've talked about the revision of table 1 to separate out OSMP and CU. And I'm assuming that the last sentence on page 6 will be revised to articulate whatever the table actually shows. Because it now says the project has similar impacts to OSMP resources, which the numbers don't bear up.
You'll hear probably silence from staff because I think we're all writing this down. So
Oh, good.
Just carry on.
Okay, thanks, Dan. And thanks to all your scribes. Okay, we're moving to table 1. On
Kurt?
page. Yeah, yep. Thanks, Dave, for
I have
speaking
a
up.
comment, and this is kind of throughout the memo, but whenever it refers to the groundwater conveyance system will be maintained for the life of the project, I think that the language should be that the groundwater conveyance system will be maintained forever or until the project is deconstructed.
Agreed.
Yep.
So wherever that is referred to in the memo.
And there's one example right below figure 1.
Right, that's right. But there, it occurs several times in the memo.
Throughout the document, yep.
Right.
Good idea.
And Joe has to stay around to do all of that monitoring forever.
Well, he can hand the baton off.
We're going to have a problem.
Okay. I'm moving down.
I'm on table 1, page 7, Kurt.
That's right where we are. Thank you, Hal. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is, in my opinion, this is the critical table. And I just want to make a couple points on it. It took me quite a bit of thinking to understand what the percentages shown are on this particular table. If I had my druthers, we would add 2 new columns at the bottom of the table that showed the change in impact to the total impact and the OSMP impact, and which removed those percentages out of those boxes. I just think we can paint a clearer picture of what these impacts are. I just feel like with some slight tweaking on this slide, you could clearly see the acres and then do percentages as a separate item showing the difference in impact to OSMP or impact to total ownership.
Good idea. And we've already discussed separating out impacts to CU property and impacts to OSMP property, right?
And Hal, I just want to be clear because percentages are often confusing. what would you be taking the percentage of?
See, that's the thing, is the percentages that are there, if I'm understanding them correctly, don't really provide me any decision-making insight.
I would agree. Yeah.
And so they're vestigial. But what would be important is to know, I'd like to see a percentage. Oh, like the impact to OSMP on regulated wetlands jumps by 30% or falls by 50%. That percentage, that's what my mind is doing naturally as I try to get to my conclusion. And I think we can take people to those conclusions with them doing less mental arithmetic.
I think we have the same concern.
And then can anyone add to what I'm about to say or what they think? So when you go to page 6, it says, as shown in table 1, the project has similar direct environmental impacts. But then over here, it talks about total impacts. And then down the line, we talk about indirect environmental impacts. So are other trustees not confused by the wording of total impact versus direct?
Yeah, and I think for me, I would eliminate total impact and I would use impact to CU properties as opposed to impact to OSMP properties.
Yeah, and I would just say we can definitely break it out that way, but we definitely have to have total impacts in there because that's what the permitting agencies will care about. So I think just summing that up when we do those, like that graphical, like more or less permittability, we look at total environmental impacts for that because they're looking for the least environmentally impact and they don't care about land ownership. They care just about the resources in that scenario. So I'm
okay. As long as for the Open Space Board of Trustees, we can focus on OSMP.
Sure. Yes, 100%. Yep.
Yeah. I think we're saying, and others have said, list the impact separately for OSMP and non-OSMP, and then just make sure when you're adding things that the OSMP resource is really comparable to the non-OSMP resource. And we're not adding apples and oranges. So that's something that Don can figure out.
But Brandon, when you're saying that, like, I understand what you're saying, that this table has to show total impact for what you need to do for permitting, but is the total impact talking about direct and indirect impacts?
Yes, there's another nuanced point there, and I'm going to let you guys give as many comments as you want. I just want to be prepared if I don't incorporate them exactly how you write them. It's going to be for some of these things. So the way the Corps looks at impacts is direct impacts are like our construction footprint. So things like if you go out and you dig up ground or you kill a mouse or any horrible thing like that, that's a direct impact. Indirect impacts would be impacts to environment. So say the fragmentation that's created by the levee, those wetlands behind the levee no longer got water that was supporting them because of the levee. They would consider that an indirect environmental impact. And we tried to, I thought we tried to remove that verbiage, not to create that confusion, but it's a good comment. It's very helpful to hear you guys talk about it that way. So that's the difference.
Yeah. Sorry, I guess my question would be like everything that's north of 36 when Don was showing us that's, you know, a lot of acreage that wet meadow might not be wet anymore. Is that factored into this, or am I looking at this wrong?
It's not shown on that table with the acreages, but it is quantified in the more qualitative table. That's where we didn't want to show 45 acres of impacts as part of the impacts table because it could create a lot of confusion. So we did the indirect impacts more qualitatively, but it sounds like there's a desire to look at those numbers quantitatively as well, which we can do. So if you go further down, you'll see those. And Don, there's Don.
There's Don. Hi, Don.
Hi. Yeah, we can do a better job of defining and teasing apart temporary versus permanent and direct versus indirect.
Yeah.
It's really confusing, and then you throw the total on top of that, and it gets a little unwieldy. So we can certainly work on that and try to make that more clear.
Great. Okay, so I think we were on page 7.
On the bottom part of page 7, where it talks about the levy at 36, I would very much like to see some information from Brandon, like we were discussing, about other ways that that water could be either conveyed to the north wet meadow or other things that could happen to that water.
So Karen, you were talking about, could we reduce the impact of that training levy? I guess this is a question for Don. What if you move that levy west until it sat basically on the divide between the South Boulder Creek Valley and then the West Valley? That moves it quite a bit, maybe right to the property line of open space. Does that get us out of a lot of, well, it gets us out of Prebbles, I guess. Does it also get us significantly out of Spiranthes? And also, does it substantially reduce fragmentation if you just locate that on the high ground?
Well, the answer to the second part of that question is, yeah, it could potentially reduce fragmentation the further you move it to the west.
Yeah.
As far as the resources that would be impacted if you set it on that quote unquote ridge,
yeah,
high spot. We haven't looked directly at that. I don't know, Brandon, if I've never seen kind of a depiction or a location for a levee in that location, that spillover point.
I think the variant 2 had its levee there. That's my vague memory.
And I'm trying to think of what point you guys are talking about. So variant 2 had a flood wall that extended all the way along US 36, and then the embankment sat just on the CU South property. So just off of OSMP. And
Right.
then I think there is a high point there. Our levee kind of hits that, but you actually, what the key with the levee would be that you have to tie in close to the flood, the 100-year flood elevation to make it cut the water off without overtopping. So that's where the location of the levee is based on kind of an estimated water surface elevation, and then 3 foot of freeboard on top of that.
I see what you're saying, that when you run the levee on the high ground, when it gets to US 36 is at grade.
Yes, you miss your tie-in, and it
Yeah,
can go
okay.
around.
That's
So
really
what
helpful.
I'm
Thanks.
hearing is let's add a couple of sentences of why the placement of the levee was there as opposed to the west. Okay.
That would be really good, Dan. Thank you.
Or some better placement for the levee.
Okay, done with page 7.
Kurt, I've got a comment.
Yeah.
That last sentence in the paragraph, well, in the second paragraph under levy at US 36.
Yep.
That refers to high quality grazing land. I just find that to be, somewhat suspect. It's actually high quality native grasslands that are aided or helped to maintain by prescriptive grazing. And I think that calling it high quality grazing land is a misnomer. We've talked about the quality of the grasslands all throughout the whole process, and now all of a sudden they're grazing lands, and we use grazing prescriptively to maintain the quality of the grasslands. So I would recommend that modification.
Good point. Thank you, Dave. Okay, I'm moving on to page 8, which has lots of things on it.
I've got one on table 2. Don,
Okay.
I kind of touched on this earlier, but on the upstream project, on-site habitat restoration and mitigation potential, it says eliminated. Am I wrong, or is that hyperbole? I mean, well, yes, we can't go, you know, you're now in this like horseshoe shaped area, but to say that we can't create any quality wetland in there, is that true? Zero, none, nada?
No, I guess we should clarify that. There are some potential mitigation opportunities in there. They're just very limited. And if it's going to be used for detention, kind of the long-term viability of mitigation or restoration in there would be significantly reduced.
Yeah, I'm convinced of that, but just for real good honesty and transparency, let's go with limited.
Sure, that's a great point.
But my understanding is that the water has to be released within some certain number of hours after the flood, right?
Correct.
Which
72.
was the argument, 72, which was the argument why if we put a flood wall along 36 and inundated the wet meadow there, it wouldn't be problematic because the water would be released within 72 hours. So you can't have it one way down at 36 and another way in the gravel pit. I'm with Hal. We need to be more honest.
Well, we also, when we talked about detention and basically holding flood water for a limited amount of time in the area immediately upstream of US 36, one of the things that we discussed at length was the impact or the effect of sedimentation.
Right.
And that's still a concern. And it's one of those things where we try to understand and maybe not calculate, but at least consider sediment deposition and direct burial of habitat in that area above US 36. So I think the same thing applies to any restoration that would be done in the OSO.
Sure.
And at that time, you know, we really didn't have any kind of thoughts or we certainly didn't do any analysis of sediment transport and sediment deposition in one place versus the other. But yeah, it is a valid concern, and I can talk with Brandon more about, you know, kind of velocities and maybe just get some comparative information on, you know, mobility and sediment transport in one area versus the other, because I know that, you know, we had talked about the velocities being fairly low as that water moves from South Boulder Creek across the landscape into the West Valley immediately above US 36. That would have implications for deposition. On the one hand, you know, higher velocities carry more and larger sediment, but slower velocity waters allow sediment to drop out. So I'm no sedimentologist, but I think it would be worth having a conversation about that and maybe getting a better understanding of that.
This is not a big deal, but parts of the report almost read, and I'm looking at table 2, like we're saying it's a negative aspect of the upstream project that it eliminates the location for mitigation of variant 1. But of course, if you're building the upstream project, you don't have variant 1. So just sort of check that you're not getting into sort of a circular analysis there.
And that takes me back to the third line down at the top of page 8, that paragraph. It seems to me that that totally embodies what Kurt just said. If you read the motion from June 3rd, it says in the section that speaks to mitigation, it says, quote, should council choose to proceed with variant 1, comma, then mitigation on open space other, ... So the statement that's made in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th line down at the top of page 8 is mixing apples and oranges. It's not talking about the upstream option. It's talking about, I mean, in the motion, it was talking about should council choose to proceed with variant 1, which goes to Kurt's comment, that that paragraph needs to be restructured. So it's honestly reporting on the difference between mitigation if you're using variant 1 versus what happens with the upstream option.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I'm coming at it from a little different angle, Don. But honesty is really the bottom line here.
Yeah.
And the thing for me in mitigation, we use that term to make all of us feel good, that somehow, you know, the impacts from these projects we're going to be able to take care of them. When in fact, we know where Spiranthes is concerned, that our ability to restore apparently suitable habitat where that species will recolonize is unsuccessful. And so I think that wherever we talk about rare species mitigation in this document, we ought to acknowledge that there hasn't been a successful mitigation attempt for Spiranthes that we're aware of.
And I believe I can go back and look at some of the past memos, but even in tonight's presentation, I've mentioned that and tried to make that clear, especially for Spiranthes.
And I agree with you did verbally tonight, Don, but this document doesn't in writing.
Okay, well, we can make that more clear, definitely.
And I was sleeping.
I agree. I know that, and I think we've tried to make this clear also, the fact that in the existing open space, you have floodplain soils that have developed over millennia, and those form the the foundation and basis for everything that occurs above ground. When you add the hydrology into that, it's those two are the key ingredients to the high quality habitat. And you mentioned mitigation and that being the panacea, and the default when projects like this happen. It will be challenging, to say the least, to mitigate the impacts in high quality habitat in an area that's been mined out, that has that doesn't have that double bang for the buck of hydrology and soils. And that's one of the reasons that we factor the mitigation ratios in there. So, if you combine a mitigation plan that where the ecological lift might not be back up to the existing habitat, if you do that over a larger area, then that's a way to compensate, I guess, for not having ideal conditions where you're trying to restore that habitat.
I am greatly confident that you can wordsmith that so that those concepts are very transparent.
Yeah, and for
Will
me,
do.
a mediocre habitat does not equal a high quality habitat, no matter how much there is. There's a
I
difference.
must have been asleep during your presentation. I never heard you say that.
I think I put you to sleep, maybe.
I will vouch for Dan. He did say it, but the words don't
All
come
right.
across
I
on the
believe
paper.
Anything else on page 8?
I'd like to go through table 3 in some detail.
Okay, but anything above that in table 2, folks? I guess we've talked about it some.
Well, I have
Dave?
problems with table 2, but my solution for table 2 would be to really build out table 3 and eliminate table 2.
I think you're right. That could be a way to do it.
I would agree with that. I just, this is for Don's edification too. I just found that agricultural restoration was somewhat anomalous in this overall context. So I was going to suggest actually rewording that, but we can put it in the other table.
Okay, Karen, table 3.
Instead of downstream flood benefits, I think we're talking about specific criteria that both the board and the council has articulated. I think we're talking about acre feet of water overtopping US 36. I think we're talking about acre feet that overtop the highway and go into the West Valley. And the other metric that's been used is the number of homes flooded in the West Valley.
We have used the metric of homes flooded. We have made this a yes/no criteria for flood mitigation. Do we protect or do we not protect? And that's how we looked at this one. So I guess I just want to be very careful on putting volumes and peak flows in there, because this is a very flood effectiveness would be yes/no for me on, is it variant 1 eliminates that overflow? Does the upstream do it? So I just want to, I'm a little sensitive to that one for sure.
I understand where you're coming from an engineering perspective. And I'm looking at it from the kind of information that I believe trustees need to know to make a database decision.
I'm sorry to jump in here. Are we talking about just, Brandon, are you talking about just the downstream flood benefits when Karen gave those suggestions and you're like, I'm a little sensitive, or are you talking about the entirety of it being like yes, no, as you said?
No, just the downstream flood benefits. So just to give some context for table 3, this is a very similar table to what we presented to council at that February 25th study session. So we did try and give a flavor of what we would present to council, knowing that you guys may not want all the details in here, but it sounds like you do, which is totally okay. So that's why we did this. But downstream flood benefit, you're right, Karen, we have quantified it in homes and structures protected. But in this case, we made the options eliminate that West Valley overflow flooding, and putting in quantities there may be misleading for flood mitigation.
Brandon, I found the title of that criterion to be very interesting. Downstream flood benefits. I was thinking, well, who's benefiting from the flood? The fact of the high quality grass meadows might, but as far as the human population is concerned, use of the word flood benefits, I think, is a misnomer. And so I think that the title needs to be clearer on what exactly, we're referring to.
Downstream flood reduction benefits or flood control benefits?
Or Brandon, can you maybe elaborate a little more and tell me if I heard you right when you said that it could be misleading? Can you tell me your feelings on that?
Yeah, we're not quantifying flood mitigation benefit on reducing the peak flow. We're quantifying it based on people we help. So that's structures and properties in the flood zone right now. So if we do that, I'm happy to do that for this one. It will be similar. It'll be the same flood structures and people that's helped with the variant 100. So that's how we've designed this project. Yep.
Okay, so the metric that you're willing to use there is the number of homes flooded in the West Valley or not flooded, whichever way you.
Right. Yep. Yep.
I think Brandon's saying in terms of the West Valley, the variant 1 project and the upstream project are equivalent because they both prevent overtopping of US 36.
Yes.
Maybe you could say just a bit about that third bullet. I mean, there probably is a significant reduction in flood damages downstream along South Boulder Creek. That's been sort of scoped out a long time ago. And is it just because there's a whole lot of floodplain down there and it doesn't really damage residences?
It's a good question. I can't comment too much on the flooding down there at this point, so I'm focused
okay.
mainly on where the master plan has
Right,
been focused, and it's really this West Valley area,
Yeah.
mainly the West Valley area through even downstream of here, local drainage issues and things like that. So I can't
Right.
comment on that
Okay.
tonight.
Other thoughts on table 3?
I want to add that I really think the notes column is important. And in addition to quantifying, I'd like to retain notes to the degree that they're accurate
Yeah.
and represent reality.
Yeah, I would agree.
So
I would just
Brandon,
comment
what I want to suggest is that, it should be downstream flood control or flood mitigation benefits. I think that's clear.
Okay. Joe, you were about to say something.
Well, I just to reiterate what Brandon said, when we had the deliberation with council back in June, that they had a specific ask that we take this table, add a column for the upstream and show it to them. And so, our project team can talk about how we present that, but now if we go to them with something that looks substantially different, that could be tricky. I just want to put out there that we're going to have to think about that as we go forward. If we may need to show it both ways or something.
Right. Yeah, we'll have the data-rich version and the dumbed-down version. But I understand your conundrum. They want to see what they saw before. And so I would say, I agree, it's got to be in there somewhere like that.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want you to feel like if you see that in the council memo in the future, that we were dismissive of your concern or ran around it. There's a presentation question for us.
Well, in the last 5 years, we've seen a lot of those kinds of tables, and the public that I've heard from has always said, they don't give us any information. It's just somebody's judgment of it's less or it's more. And they want to see the data like we heard tonight. So for instance, on the next row that says total project cost, we have numbers. Why don't we just put numbers in there?
Sure. And in our discussions with our communication staff, they're always telling us, you engineers and technical people are always providing too much detail and no one can understand it.
Well, if you were around last spring when we were doing prairie dogs on irrigated ag lands, we had tons of data and it really drove our decision making.
Sure,
So this
sure.
board is really driven by data.
I get it, and I'm kidding.
If it was to be done for the downstream, because Brandon, you said that you like to do it through peak flows. Is that what you said? So if you go page, I know we're doing this page by page, but if you went to page 67, that summary table, is that like what you looked at in order to put what you put here in the notes?
No, so that quantifies reduction, but it's still, I fully anticipated that question, but the project we've presented tonight actually provides the same flood benefit as the variant 100. So it's providing 100-year flood protection to those people in the West Valley overflow. So we do have those numbers in there based on that new model run we've done. But ultimately for us, we want to provide 100-year flood protection per the master plan there.
Okay.
At a minimum.
I wasn't sure if you could say like refer to that page or like refer to table A3, you know, page 67, if that would like reduce the time of reworking it, or if that would be easier, or if that doesn't make sense.
No, there's no problem including structures and people protected for these, and that's how we've presented it in the past, and I think it's appropriate. So yeah, there will be no problem doing that. I just didn't want to bring flows and things like that into it because we're not
Okay.
considering allowing flow to continue going down the West Valley area.
Anything else on page 8? I'm moving on to page 9. I'll just make one point. This is design, permitting, and construction. Your third bullet under notes to me seems kind of weak because it's saying for the upstream project, you know, we'd have to be putting structures on OSO land, and that's not identified under the comp plan. Well, obviously putting variant 1 on open space land is also not recognized under the comp plan. So it seems like kind of a weak benefit. I'll just let you think about that.
I went back, I agree with you, Kurt. I went back and I reread the C guiding principles, and what I concluded after reading the guiding principles was that project-related use of the OSO area would require agreements described in number 6 and 7 of the guiding principles. And that middle sentence, I just deleted altogether. The bullet above that I had problems with too. Because it's not internally consistent with the rest of the report. I think it's talking about the upstream detention facility. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but it could be called out there.
And when it says the east abutment of the proposed detention facility would not connect to high ground as proposed, I'm not sure what that means. I don't think it's true, but I may not be understanding it.
Would it be different if it said, it's already says the proposed detention facility. So I'm not sure that as proposed adds anything, and it can be a little confusing in terms of what the referent is.
If you take it literally, what it says is that the east abutment of the proposed detention facility would not connect to high ground as proposed. And,
well,
proposed, it connects to both east and west of high ground. So what is it talking about?
I think it's just the factual statement that the east abutment is not at high ground. And I would drop the 2 words as proposed because it already says the proposed detention facility. So the east abutment or the southern abutment of the RCC dam, which is what it's talking about, doesn't connect to the bluffs east of the creek.
But isn't that the point of the grade control structure?
Yes, that was their solution, was to use the grade control structure.
That's what's being proposed, right?
Yeah, it doesn't move the abutment. I think what Brandon's trying to say is this is non-standard and might get some cross-eyed looks.
Correct. It's a floating, I would consider it a floating abutment. So it has flow going both ways over top of it, has erodible soil surrounding it. It's highly unusual for the SEO. So there's probably going to be a few questions and technical analysis. We don't think can't be done, but it's definitely not a standard dam layout.
Do you lose anything if you delete the second sentence and stick with the third sentence?
I mean, it doesn't feel like it. We're trying to give detail on why it's unusual, I guess. So I don't know if that's valuable to people or not. If people trust us enough to say that it's unusual for the SEO, then I'm happy to leave it that way.
Is what you mean with the second sentence is if the east abutment of the proposed detention facility is not connected to high ground, then...
And it's not.
But that's what the grade control structure does, right?
Well, it's a possible solution, but
doesn't the grade control structure connect it to high ground?
I'm going to let Brandon answer that.
And maybe Joe, I may be too in the weeds on this one, so I'm going to let Joe take the first stab at it just so I don't go too. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
And I'm at my best at 10:47.
Yeah.
The horseshoe dam is what the state engineer is considering the dam. That's what they're looking at. And we talked a lot during the advisory group that a typical dam has two abutments tying into high ground. This one has an abutment tying into high ground on the west, and it acts more like a pier at the other end of the horseshoe. The grade control structure is there to make a hydraulic connection and prevent the ground from eroding between the horseshoe dam and high ground to the east, so that the ground doesn't erode and we end up with a new channel that makes the water in a flood go around our detention facility. So the grade control structure is there for flood function. The horseshoe dam is there for detention and is subject to dam safety. So I'm kind of going on and on here, but I think Kurt's word non-standard, we could recalibrate that language to capture that, and it might be more clear and get at what we really mean.
Anything else on page 9?
There's another reference to the life of the project under groundwater mitigation complexity.
Got it.
And I'm wondering whether there's a way you can quantify groundwater conveyance system complexity by stating something about the length and the nature of the groundwater conveyance systems, because my understanding is that they're not all equal.
Right. And I think it will be helpful to clarify exactly what parts of the dam structure will require groundwater conveyance. And then you can ask yourself, well, are they all equal? Is their impact on groundwater equal? Some people have pointed out that the RCC dam, even though it's going to bedrock, it's going parallel to the flow of groundwater. So those are some things to think about as you try to come up with some analysis, because as Karen said, the groundwater impacts are one of the biggest concerns that we have.
From the very beginning, yep. The same with maintenance. Seems to me we need to understand what maintenance is needed for which structures. There might be a subtable for structures, just to show the different structures and which ones need groundwater conveyance systems and which ones need maintenance.
Yeah. Anything else on page 9?
Well, we've already talked a bit about the bottom 3 rows. And I think there has to be some way to distinguish between, well, we've talked about the difference between fragmentation and reconstruction of the gravel pit with variant 1 versus fragmentation with the upstream option. They're two different kinds of riparian connectivity issues, I think. In one case, you're cutting off the groundwater flow at a flood wall where you have a head from the flood. And in the other, you're talking about restoration of the gravel pit. It's sort of apples and oranges in my mind. And again, on these environmental impact issues, I would like to see OSMP land separated from CU land.
Yeah, I think that's our general recommendation.
And something else came up this evening about downstream flood benefits. And maybe there needs to be a row for downstream flood benefits. I think you mentioned that earlier, Kurt.
Right. Well, I mean, for the West Valley, they're equivalent. They both prevent flooding in the West Valley. The staff have noted here that in terms of South Boulder Creek, the upstream option provides additional flood benefits there, but I don't have a sense of whether they're significant in any way. I think it would be good to say a little bit more about whether those are valuable reductions in flood impacts. Okay, anything else on page 9, or I'm moving on? Okay, this brings us to the questions. And this was staff's thinking about the sorts of questions that we could give responses to that would be useful to council. And I think if we have suggestions about how to clarify these, or if there's a better question to ask that could be added, I think any of your thoughts there. And again, if you have just editorial thoughts, and I think we probably all do, I would again suggest we send those to Dan for staff to just consider as they're reworking this. Um, one way that Dan put it is, will the report, as we're recommending it's revised, enable us to answer these questions? I think that's what we're hoping for. This is the sort of feedback that council expected when they gave us the time and money and directed staff to do the upstream option analysis. Okay.
I don't know how to say this, but let me just give it a shot, because it's one of the things that keeps cropping up in my mind.
Yeah.
And that is I keep thinking, as we've discussed this evening and previously, that there are other fixes for what Kurt calls the little berm.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call that, Kurt, so that everybody knows what we're talking about?
Well, it's the levee, the little levee running north to 36 on their graphics.
Okay. And if there are other options for that, then to me, the choice is between the upstream horseshoe dam and the grade control structure as one system versus the flood wall at 36 and the groundwater conveyance system as the other option. So that's why I keep coming back to the levee at 36, and whether there are ways to convey that water on north to the north side of the wet meadow as opposed to building another levee.
Right.
Karen, I just want to make sure I have it right. So you're saying U-shaped upstream detention and the grade control structure versus flood wall at 36 and groundwater conveyance system.
Mm-hmm.
Although they'll all need groundwater conveyance.
Knowing that there are other groundwater conveyance systems, yeah.
I think what you're saying, Karen, if I understand, is that little levee, because it goes right through state natural, is kind of a deal killer. And it upends the comparison of the two concepts.
Yeah, and when we talk about the capacity of Veely Channel and where water can go, it seems to me there are other things to do with that amount of water, but we can't seem to get there.
And maybe that one thing that says is it would really be valuable if a little more description of that westerly, the flow that's going towards Table Mesa. It was 200 acre feet, as I recall.
272, but then in the HRI it says 120. So I don't know where the other 150, is that right? Where the other 150 acre feet go. Yeah, that amount of water is a mystery to me because there are different numbers in different places.
And one number was the amount flowing west along US 36 that had escaped South Boulder Creek Channel. The other was the amount of volume that made it over 36 into the West Valley. So that may be part of the reason they're different, but I would ask Brandon to elucidate.
Yeah, I think this is a section cutting where we're looking at the model. So I guess if there's a desire to that overflow coming out of South Boulder Creek, we still feel pretty strongly that a levee is the best way to address that. But if there's, I'm not sure how to analyze that or take a look at it, but I definitely think we can try to do something. It can't be a model or anything along those lines, but it's really, we got to utilize that main channel of South Boulder Creek. So we're getting a bunch of extra capacity in the main channel of South Boulder Creek. We got to try and utilize that as best we can. It's a difficult question. We haven't gone down this road yet. So
Do you have
it's
any
just
idea where the extra 150 acre feet go?
Well, we do pass through a couple of ponds on the way there. We do have Veely Channel, which is conveying flows, and then there's some flow that's actually going on top of US 36. So I think we talked about in the advisory group that our model can balance flows really well. Just depends on what points you want to balance the flows between. So we didn't pick those points necessarily as points to balance flows. So we have the amount of flow that overtops South Boulder Creek, and then we have the amount that spills over at US 36. And I can't say for sure why they're different right now, but I can say for sure the water's there somewhere. So yeah, it just depends on what points you want to look at for those questions.
So Brandon, so that we don't give you just vague suggestions, instead of having the levee, Karen's asked about conveyance there. You've pointed out that if you have conduits under US 36, you're not even sure that water would go there. You might have to start creating some sort of basin there, which starts to defeat the purpose of the levee. But maybe if you can just quantify the volumes and the rates, it would make clear whether any sort of conveyance structure would come even close to moving that volume. And if it's really, orders of magnitude too large for any sort of conduits that are reasonable.
And when we talk about conveyance, we're going to change the conversation a little bit and be really talking about peak flows at that point, because conveyance is a different design criteria. And volumes really come into play when you're looking at detention. So
good point.
Yeah, it's I got to chew on this one a little bit and see, but I think the option we've proposed, and I know you guys have looked at the cost, is going to be probably the cheapest way we can get this last bit of flow addressed.
Right.
In all honesty. So we, yeah.
Can I ask a question? I think this question is either for Karen or Kurt. When you talk about comparing between these two, the U-shaped detention rate control structure and floodwater 36 and groundwater, are you doing that simply off of the goal of not having the water over top 36, or are you also thinking of the environmental aspect that makes one or the other more favorable to you? And if you are you talking about the floodplain connectivity where upstream was parallel to South Boulder Creek, as opposed to when it's at 36, it's literally the flood wall is stopping there, so it won't go?
I think,
you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I think that's a question. We know that the flood wall at 36 goes pretty much right across groundwater flow. I don't have a good sense for exactly where some groundwater transport mechanisms are going to will need to be built into the upstream. And so if staff can define where those are, then I think we have a better sense of whether in sum total, you're likely to have a bigger problem with groundwater for one or the other. And answering those questions in a very detailed way would require running the groundwater model. And I'm guessing, we're not going to be able to do that, but maybe some smart people can just try to break it up into parts and make a judgment about it.
But the groundwater would be what would determine the most non-direct environmental impacts.
That's probably the biggest part of indirect that we've talked about. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, folks? Okay. I think we're
I
done.
only have 4 pages of notes. So
thank you, Dan.
we got to go get to work.
Yeah, no kidding.
Want to thank Brandon and Joe for sticking with us tonight. Really appreciate you.
Yes.
Thanks for working on that presentation, Brandon. I know that was a lot of time and work and effort. So thank you for that. We'll, of course, regroup and see what we could modify into the memo. And hopefully we're able to address a lot of your suggestions. So.
Well,
I don't
in
know
the
if
end,
Joe or Brandon, you have any other comments, but otherwise I think we are ready to get started on getting ready for December.
I'd just like to thank the board for the continued dialogue on this project. It's a tough one, and appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you
thank
too.
you.
And
yeah.
Brandon.
I just want to say again that I think you guys went the extra mile. We sort of gave you a sow's ear and you did your best to convert it into a silk purse. So thanks for sort of taking our goals and our values and trying to figure out a way to implement them. So thank you for all your time.
Yeah, thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Joe.
And that goes for open space staff too. I know this is one more thing you didn't need to do, but we really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks to John Potter and Don for the yeoman's work on that. So appreciate their time.
Here, here.
All right, Kurt. So I just have a couple of quick matters from the department before we get a couple of your other items under the board. I just want to let you all know that the process for wrapping up the name change at Wonderland Lake is winding its way through some final steps, which is it needs to be a memo is out to council, and it will be a part of a call-up item on their December 1st agenda. We don't have a feel of whether or not they'll want to call it up, but that's sort of one of the final steps is that they'll get a memo on how the name change kind of came about, what the board's recommendation is, what the city manager that has okayed it. And this last step is that it's an opportunity for council if they choose to call it up. So assuming that they don't, or if they do, it's not an issue, that December 1st will sort of be the last procedural step in that process. So just wanted to alert you to that. Also, just want to also let you know that as most of you all know, from a public health standpoint, we're moving into a what is called a starting at the end of the day on Friday, and we have taken a look at what kind of impacts that have from the department. And because most all of our seasonal and temporary staff are wrapping up the field season this month, we're feeling like the need to sort of limit staff interactions and do more remote work at home, that we're really not seeing a lot of impact from a staffing perspective moving into the level red. But we have a team that's kind of working out any details on how we might impact and how we might adjust. But if this was more like a June or July, it would be a bigger concern. But because our field season is just about over anyway, some of the new shifts back into the level red is we're feeling it's not going to be too impactful for our operations. So those are the two verbal updates.
And Dan, let me just ask, the shift we're going into, and I have to admit, I haven't studied it real carefully. You don't see it changing how we communicate with our visitors at this point?
So our essential, so if we had a lot of non-essential work going out onto the department where we were having crews come together and all of that, there probably would be a need to take a closer look at, making sure everyone can do it in a safe manner.
Yeah.
But because our field season is wrapping up, we're come December, pretty much going to be down to our rangers and our trailhead staff, so folks that are out there, keeping the system going. And we already have protocols in place because we dealt with this in April of how they can perform their work in a safe manner, keep themselves safe, and keep our visitors safe. So.
Okay, good. But no change in what visitors to open space have to do or comply with as far as you read this.
Yeah, we have our signs and communication staff are in the middle of taking a look at the order and
okay,
what type of signage and messaging and communications we may have to do in addition to what's already out there. So that's something that this week we are taking a look at.
Okay, thank you.
Dan, do you have any response to Brian Richardson's earlier comments on tall grass fencing?
Yeah, I guess I don't know if John Potter's still on the line, if he might have some comments about that project. But yeah, so John, I think the couple of comments was the lack of notification for the landowners and some changes in the fencing design and the fact there'll be cows out in that area, and is there safety concerns, I think was how I wrote it down.
Yeah, I heard the comments, and it's news to me about that some folks might not have got noticed on the public hearings or the public meetings or the many outreach opportunities that we put out to the community. So we'll have to follow up on that. We'll reach out to Mr. Richardson and see if we can address his concerns. I do believe the staff have been speaking with him and other neighbors in that Lehigh neighborhood there, trying to work out an approach that would be that would meet the goals of open space, but be satisfactory with the neighbors. So we'll continue to look into that and address that concern.
And I heard him say that he didn't understand why there would be a fence at his property line. And I don't know where else it would be if it weren't on his property line.
Yeah.
Yeah, that we're trying to manage the entirety of open space. That's the goal, but.
And John, do you feel like these people understand that this is for a month each year, roughly?
Well, but the fence is static, right?
Right, but I didn't, well, that may be a separate issue. You may be right. I was thinking about the cows.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. As I think all of us who have taken field trips up there, we're looking at generally about a 6-week season. John, I think, is for cattle in some areas, and they'll be rotating through the area as well.
That's right, Dan. Yeah.
It will not be a year-round presence.
No.
And they'll be within fenced areas, right?
Yep. There'll be we already have a couple of enclosures already, and as part of our pilot program, and we're just building a few other enclosures so we can rotate cattle throughout that larger landscape.
Okay, thank you, Dan. We'll turn to matters from the board.
Kurt?
Yes.
There was one item last night that council approved that had to do with drilling on OSMP lands. Can you say anything about that very briefly, Dan? It was on the consent agenda.
Yeah, I was unable to attend the council meeting, but I think what the subject matter is extending a moratorium on oil and gas permits on city lands, which would also mean open space lands. And so right now there's a moratorium that's set to expire, and the recommendation to council is that that be extended. And I don't have written down the date of what that extension would be to, but I can follow up. I can put a brief paragraph out to you guys just to let you know about what's being proposed as far as the extension of the moratorium.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. I missed that from last night.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that in the meeting.
It was on the consent agenda, so it didn't get a lot of discussion. It was just approved.
I see. I see.
Okay, anything else before I go to matters from the board? Okay. So we have two items. One is at our December meeting, we will try to approve, if you will, a letter from us to council. Each year they ask us to do this, and I've drafted this letter based on the input you guys gave, but I may have missed some things. And so I guess first, let me ask if anybody has an issue that they want to add to this before we get into any wordsmithing. Is there something that I missed or something that you've thought of that you think really is valuable to describe either the good things or the bad things from this last year, or critical issues that we're going to be dealing with in the coming year? And for the critical issues, we usually, not always, but we usually try to focus on things that may need council's involvement or continuing support. So that's why we ended up with these, but I'll take suggestions on adding any additional issues. Karen.
Dan, I'm wondering whether council has any involvement in this asset management beehive stuff, or if they even know what that is, or if that's strictly a staff issue.
Yeah, they would know it through the master plan, and but it will be very highly unlikely it would ever end up as an agenda item for them. So as far as items before them in 2021, I wouldn't see this landing on their laps.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But
sort of a
but having a paragraph in there would be one way to alert them that, hey, this is something that's important to us and we're working on it.
Yeah, that was my thinking. Any other general things to add or delete? If not, then I'm happy to get wording changes.
And just so the full board is aware, they're doing things a little bit slightly different for the retreat as far as this statement. So Kurt will have a few minutes to meet with the council at their meeting. I believe it's in January, to provide a 2 or 3 sentence statement on this letter. And so it'll be a verbal interaction, and there may even be a follow-up question or two from council members.
I think that's the 12th of January, if I'm right.
Yeah, that's right. And that's a study session for council to prepare for their retreat, be the 22nd and 23rd of January. And as part of that January 12th study session, board chairs will have a few minutes to address the council.
Okay. Yeah, Dave.
So you're probably remembering now, near and dear to my heart, the use of the word green natural assets.
I remembered you love that.
Natural assets are. So I'm going to offer a suggestion that rather than using that, that we reference the status of our natural lands and the plant and animal communities that live there. So that the council actually has some notion of what we're actually talking about. And then the next word in the
Wait, give me a second here. You said the status of our lands.
status of our natural lands and the plant and animal communities, or yeah, the plant and animal communities, the native plant and animal communities that live on them.
Got it.
And then the start of this, the next sentence, I don't think there's such a word as trialing. Although I'm always open to new words, but
I like converting nouns into verbs.
Yeah, I think trying or using, or I don't know, I just don't think that's a word. But
I got it.
It is a word.
Pardon me?
It's a word.
I Googled it. It's a word.
Really? I looked it up in the dictionary and I did not find that.
You have an old dictionary, obviously.
Oh, dear.
Dave, I'm never playing Scrabble with you.
Well, I can say testing instead of trialing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there may be some people that need to be trialing.
It's the present participle of try. Double L's.
Yeah.
Anything else here, folks?
As I was thinking of what the main take home that I would hope would be conveyed from the board to council, and having just finished reading the whole packet for this meeting, I said to myself, you know, the assaults on the system's natural resources really stand out. We have the New Zealand mud snails, we have the COVID increased use and impacts on HCAs and on off-trail use and on raptor nests and so forth. And we have wildfire mitigation and all the management costs associated with that. And as well as you've noted, the climate change impacts. And it just seems to me that the amount of time and thought and resources that are being spent on trying to sustain the natural systems on our open space lands is growing by leaps and bounds. And somehow I think the council needs to know that. What they hear about, I believe, most is the recreational use of the open space lands. And I think they need to hear more about the impacts on natural resources and the array of impacts.
What is there a general header? I mean, you're talking about increasing stresses
I'm just talking about the pitch.
Yeah.
That you're gonna, the 2 or 3 minutes that you're gonna give to council in January.
Okay.
That the emphasis needs to be not on recreational use and trails. It needs to be on the assaults on the natural resources that are just increasing.
So like costs and impacts. Should we say it that way?
So you're going to write my statement for council. I do think we call out some of the recreation impacts from this last year. Is climate change too narrow? I mean, should we be, or do you think we could work a lot of these things you've mentioned under climate change? I mean, forest fires, that fits.
Yeah, but the invasives that come with the off-trail travel and with the New Zealand mud snail, and you know, we've got a whole bunch of problems that are related to invasives, and the sum total of it is that it impacts the natural ecosystems that we've always said we're trying to preserve on our open space lands. And I don't want to take a lot of time tonight about
Okay.
it. I just,
Okay.
it's an idea that I think needs to be highlighted for council. Because I'm assuming that by and large, they're pretty unaware of it.
Do you think we need to modify the letter?
I don't know. I'd take the direction from the rest of the board on that.
Well, I tend to, not tend, I agree with your suggestions, Karen. Kurt, I don't know, maybe we can give a little more thought and work a little more on it and send you some suggestions.
Okay. Well, what we'll agree on as a board right now is that we're going to try to add that to this letter. And so when I come back in December for our final approval on this, it will look like this, but it'll have an additional item that we can discuss that you guys are going to draft up.
When does this get sent to the council?
Yeah, Kurt, we may want to double check that because we moved our meeting date back a week and whether or not
Oh, well, yeah.
our due date is before that now. So maybe the board will give you the editing authority to do what you need to do rather than bring it back because we might not have time to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. The other option is to do what you started with, Karen, which is have the letter the way it is, but have a statement that's more directed at the issues you're talking about. I'm happy to do it either way.
I think both.
Okay. Okay.
Good.
So you guys are going to send me something and I am going to exercise the power of the pen to finalize this.
Sounds good.
Okay.
And if I'm reading it correctly, it's not due until December 18th. So that should work, but I can confirm that.
Okay.
Okay. You guys are going to send me something anyway, and I'll keep in touch with Dan and we'll find out if we can bring this back for a last touch or whether we have to send it off. Thanks, Leah. Okay, the other thing we're doing is we're noticing as an additional meeting of the Board of Trustees, the annual Prairie Dog Management Update. Since more than two of us will be attending that, even if it's virtual, we'll go ahead and we'll notice that.
Yep. You know, we really encourage trustees to attend. Obviously, this annual update is also intended for you as well as the community to what we have planned. So really encourage your attendance, and it's going to be a pretty robust report out from a number of our staff in regards to soil health and Prairie Dog Working Group recommendation implementation, and of course the new guidance that we've been given. So we look forward to giving it, and hopefully a number of you can.
And Dan, you said that those presentations are going to be posted before the meeting. Have you got a rough guess, a week before the meeting?
Yeah, I don't know if John's dropped off or not, but we are planning to upload those up. And yeah, John, do you have a sense of timing?
Yeah, we were going to shoot for 2 weeks before the meeting.
Fabulous.
So approximately that time frame.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And John doesn't even have his pajamas on yet. That's really good.
I'm sorry, am I missing it? Is there a date of this meeting?
Yeah, it's Monday, December 14th.
Why do I not see it? What page is it on?
At 6 p.m.
It's on the agenda, Caroline.
Yeah.
It's at the very bottom of the second page of the agenda, looking out in the out months. It's at the very bottom. So we'll give you a heads up when we have each of the presentations on the subject matters uploaded. the idea is not to, hopefully community members that are interested in these various subject matters can go ahead and get a sense of what's going to be presented before they come into the meeting. So
Great.
That's good. Okay, anything else from the board?
Kurt, I have a quick comment.
Yes, Dave.
I think all of you probably know that I asked the staff some questions on the use of the concept of range of variation in assessing the status of trails. And I just wanted to thank staff for their response, and especially Adam Gaylord, who sent a response to us this afternoon. I was hoping that we might, if the board was interested, that we might have a bit of a brief conversation with staff about the use of the range of variation in analyses and management. But due to the late hour, I don't think we should do it now, but if staff is interested, I think that it would be very informative to have, a brief conversation about that.
okay, we'll try to get that penciled in. Maybe there's another trails related or restoration related topic that might go with that, and we'll take a look over the next few months and try to get that in there, Dave.
That'd be great, and thanks again. I really do appreciate the quick turnaround on the response.
Yeah, just also a shout out to Hillary Deese, who assisted Adam, and a few staff were involved in pulling that together. So yeah, big kudos to them.
Great.
Yeah. Yes, Karen.
And their COVID written report to us was excellent. And I just want you, Dan, to please forward to the Rangers a big thank you. It looks to me like, given all the impacts with wildlife closures and off-trail use and all the other COVID-related impacts, the Rangers are really doing good work, and I applaud it.
Yeah, well, thank you. I really appreciate hearing that. And Mark Davison's still on the line, and we'll make sure that news gets back to them. 2020 has been quite a year.
Yeah.
You add the fire response and you name it. We're just counting down the weeks to hope
and hope that 2021 is better. But because of that, in the conclusion statement, it says there was not a drastic increase in resource damage, and I don't want to edit every word that comes out from staff, but I think it would be more honest to say at least that there was a moderate increase in resource damage from COVID. Because it's clear to me from reading the memo that it's underplaying it to, there were quantifiable increases in impacts based on the memo. And the other thing I just quickly wanted to say is that the New Zealand mud snail work is also, in my view, excellent. I was out walking on South Boulder Creek Trail today, and they've changed the signage, upgraded it because they had more time to do it. But over by the creek, where they've posted the new signs, the message in red and big letters on the new signs says South Boulder Creek is open. And for those locations by the creek, the old signs were far better. Today, there were 5 people with bikes who had gone over to the creek, who had seen the signs, obviously, and were back at the creek again. And I think if the old signage were used multiple times along the creek, it would send a better message than the new signs do. The new signs at the trailheads are perfect, but along the creek itself, it needs to say, this creek is closed. Don't go in the creek because blah, 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 blah.
And Karen, what stretch of the creek were you on today?
About a mile in from the trailhead that's on Marshall Road.
Okay, so in that closure area. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, where there are some social trails that bikes use a lot to get over to the creek, and 5 different bikes were using the area today.
All
What
right.
was out there.
Yeah, we'll get together as a staff and look at that.
And the other thing, I'm not sure exactly what you're doing with the mailers, but you say mailers to reach property owners adjacent to South Boulder Creek. If resources are not so limited that this is impossible, knowing what I know about the Marshall community and the community along El Dorado Valley or El Dorado Springs Drive, I would include in that mailer all the El Dorado Drive residents and everybody who lives around Marshall, including that new, whatever it's called, Wildflower Ranch or something. Because I'm sure all those people have an interest in South Boulder Creek. And given the sense of community in those 2 areas, I think it's important to convey the message community-wide.
All right, we'll take a look at that. Thanks.
Thanks, Karen.
And very quickly, I attended the Boulder County Commissioners meeting a week or 2 ago, and they decided to table a decision on the Rifle Club because they found that the sound mitigation work of the applicant was not adequate. So
Interesting.
that's not moving forward right now.
Thank you. Anything else, folks, before we adjourn? And Dan, thank you for skinnying down the agenda. We would have been here till sunrise.
Yeah, I had a premonition.
Yeah, the board expands to fill the space.
So quick question about voice and sight tag. It seems to me that that's what got jettisoned.
Oh, a whole bunch of, well, anything that was on for late fall got jettisoned. So voice and sight is, yeah, got pushed back a month. We'll take that on in January. That means you'll get some written information in the next board packet. The other thing, the agricultural land use assignments is January, which is the last month we can have that. So that's got to go on in January. That's going to stick no matter what. The one thing that has got pushed back, and talking with Caroline and confirming with Hal, is we have a little bit of a slightly different approach with the license and disposals guidelines document. That's being pushed back. We'll come forward with a presentation in February with a little bit more of a general conversation, and we'll follow that up with the document. So that's probably the one that is that has the biggest change in status. The other element that has been moving, which is really not about our control, is the board's to the El Dorado Visitor Use Master Plan. We're just following along when that release is going to take place and shifting it. I think it's been in every month of your
yes,
the last 4 months.
At least.
Latest indication is that if I was a betting man, it would be February is when it would be on the board calendar. It could be as early as January, but based on what we think we're going to be seeing a release date on, you might not be taking any board comments until February for that. So,
okay.
Yeah, sorry about the shifting sands, but we thought that South Boulder Creek really needed that double meeting, and yeah,
it does.
If we have comments on this broadband project.
Yeah, if you, so that would be, you could either email it to me and I'll get it to Bethany, but Bethany and myself would be probably the best people to provide that to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, folks? Thank you all. This was a long meeting, but a critical one. I appreciate all your input, and thanks to the public too. We appreciate your attendance. All right, we're adjourned.
You guys, thanks.
Thank you.